Welcome back to day 2, week 8 of the OPL. I still cannot speak English. God damn it. Hello everyone, I'm Jake Fortiveri. Joining me on the desk today is Julian Pastry Time Car, as well as Indiana Proskura in black. I need to get rid of this 8-ball. I play with it too much. Pastry Time, you can have that. How are you guys going today?
I'm good. I have the 8-ball, so my day's just gotten a whole lot better.
Looks great from over here.
Looks great from over there. Yeah,
Yep.
they swapped seats and absolutely threw me. So now I'm just done. However, guys, last week we asked you to pick the winners of Super Week in a tipping contest. And I am told that only 7 out of 1,265 applicants were able to do so. One of them is not in this room. We all are very, very poor at that. That is only 0.55% of the player base. You guys will win a mystery skin as well as your favorite OPL team icon that you elected when you entered it, so you can show support for them along Summoner's Rift. That's pretty insane that low amount of people only tipped Super Week. I guess it's because of some surprising results.
Yeah, I was going to say, it really just kind of speaks to the type of run that we had, especially from Sin Gaming, who get to play tonight, but phenomenal results.
I mean, to be honest, I didn't even enter because I knew that I was just going to get it all wrong, so... That was my strategy. I'm glad that worked out for me.
Yeah,
I'm always wrong, so I'm never going to try.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly right. No disappointment that way. However, we have had some surprising results so far this week. Last night, it was actually a 2-1 victory over for the Chiefs over Trident, which I don't think many people would have guessed. Lots of people thought Chiefs would 2-0. Sin versus Infernum is our first best of 3 tonight, whilst our OPL Legend match, Legacy versus Hellions, will round us out. Tomorrow night, Wednesday night, it is Direwolves versus Avant, starting 7 o'clock Australian Daylight Saving Time. However, guys, that is a lot of information. As always, jump over to that website, use oce.lolesports.com, or if you want to talk to us on Twitter, use that hashtag IamOPL, as well as the Twitter account at @lol_Oceania. However, we do have a huge game coming your way first tonight. It is going to be Sin taking on Infernum. Let's get Super Sin's line up on your screen. Chippy's in the top lane, Juves their jungler, Rymeister in the mid lane, Cardred their AD carry, and Rogue down there in support. And this is a team that I think screwed up a lot of people tips last week. They took down Direwolves and the Chiefs. That was unbelievable.
Yeah, it was an uphill battle to start with. I mean, Sin coming into Super Week, like you said, taking on kind of the top. I'm not going to say top 2 because obviously they didn't face Legacy, but no one expected them to perform to the level that they did, but it was how they won. It wasn't just that they won straight up in the lanes, because obviously if you go pound for pound, Sin versus Direwolves and Chiefs, their players aren't nearly as mechanically talented, but they played the map so much better than the top teams. Looked phenomenal.
Yeah, they certainly did, but they will be going up against someone that also had a pretty good Super Week himself. It's Infernum. Jack Attack in the top lane, Seb in the jungle, Mid Beast in the mid lane, Stealthix and Yuzuki are their AD carry and support for tonight. And this is a team that took out Hellions. I think it was a very underrated victory. I mean, no one really expected it, and it kind of slipped under the radar. Both teams very quiet Super Weeks, able to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, only one series to play there for Infernum. One win is always good to see, but, I agree. I think they're getting stronger and stronger. I think every element of the team showed up a bit more, and beating Hellions, who have maybe been slumping a bit, is impressive still, especially given how Infernum's recent results have been.
Yeah, it certainly has. Of course, we will see Hellions later tonight when they take on the OPL Legends Legacy. However, as we dive into this game, I want to actually kick us off in the bottom lane for Infernum, because one player that has continually shown that he is kind of the answer to all of Infernum's problems is Yuzuki, and he's once again going to be in the lineup.
Yeah, and we'll see that Infernum will constantly prioritize pick that Alistar simply because Yuzuki is such a phenomenal engage tool for them. And when he's absent, you very much see that reflected in their results and in their play. So always excited when Yuzuki gets to take the field.
Yeah, I feel like it's even not just his individual talent and playmaking, but even how they play around the map as a team. It feels like they just look a little more scattered, a little more chaotic, whereas Yuzuki's back in the lineup, he's not just making plays and engaging with the Alistar or other engage-style champions, but he's also calling shots and making sure everyone's in the right place.
Yeah, another part of the map I think we have to take a very deep look at is going to be the Juves versus Seb matchup, the battle of the two junglers. Juves is very outspoken that he's starting to, pick it up. But Seb is another jungler around League of Legends in the OPL that has done a very good job so far.
I mean, Seb is just insanely good. Like, you look at this guy's stats, the amount of damage he's doing for his team, the amount of pressure he applies as a jungler. We knew he was a good pressure-oriented jungler, but the way he's playing is just out of this world. And Juice has been playing much better. Statistically, Juice is still a little bit behind him, but the amount of playmaking, Juve just seems to be in the right place a little bit more of the time now, and it feels like the team together is just clicking a bit more with Juve's pressure.
And just to kind of quickly piggyback on that idea, and again, give more props to Juves, his Gragas play last week for Super Week, he was one of the big factors for them, pulling out that win over Chiefs and Direwolves.
Certainly was. Another player that also played very well was your man in the mid lane, Rymeister. He went off tap on Super Week.
I think you dubbed him Rymaestro, which I think is actually a very fitting nickname for a player that seems to dictate a lot of play. And it's really interesting how Sin used Rymeister. So laning, not that great. It's not too bad, but his CS at 10 and CS at 20 aren't that impressive. When you look at how he gets ahead, though, and how much work he does for his team, I have a very juicy stat for you guys. 32% of total damage to champions by the team is dealt by Rymeister. To his credit, he gets a ton of gold and a ton of farm from his team. But if he's picking scaling champions, if he's not laning that effectively, which you know he can on some more aggressive picks, you can really tell that all of the farm, all of the gold, and all of the work is really being put into Rymeister's hands, and he's making it work in their games.
And that stat speaks volumes when you compare it across to Infernum. And the fact is that Mid Beast and Seb do about the same amount of damage, which I believe it's like 23%.
Yeah.
So 23% of damage to champions is shared between Seb and Mid Beast, whereas Rymeister has the 32%.
Yeah, and that just tells you how much work Seb does as well on his team. Like, it's just insane how much pressure this guy applies, and I think he's going to have to do a lot of work here for his team.
But let's take a little bit of a deeper dive into this, because Rymeister is picking up champions like Diana that are assassins. They generally do actually less damage than you would expect because they 100-0 champions. Mid-Beast doesn't have that excuse. He plays control mages. They're generally very poke-oriented. So it actually, like, when people think about this, that makes the stat for Ry more impressive, if anything. Like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree. It's also, I think, the way Sin approached using Rymeister, where it's a lot more about, getting to later game, team fighting a bit more. We saw his gangplank last week do absolutely insane things to the Chiefs when they played in Super Week, and it's just sort of the way Sin wants to play is get Ry ahead early, get him split pushing her at the 25-minute mark, and then 30, 35 minutes, find late game team fights and win the game.
And I know you want to talk about the way that Sin are playing right now, the
She's
macro
so
gameplay that
excited.
they have. I've heard this round a couple of times today. Give it to us.
Oh, okay. So a big thing for me is just how teams are playing the map. And that's the big thing. It's the top tier teams haven't been playing the map. They've been playing their opponents. And I like to call it ideal League of Legends. Sin, their roster, again, Rymeister is playing out of his mind. Juves is stepping up. But pound for pound, they're not as good as the Chiefs, as the Direwolves, as Legacy. But because they're prioritizing their objectives, because they know how to snowball. I know that you kind of like went through, they get them ahead, they kind of do the split pushing thing. But that wasn't actually how they won last week. It was much more, they understood exactly where they needed to be on the map. Juves in particular really stepping up, kind of finding these counter ganks. And across the board, even in Avant-Garde and Infernum a little bit, we're starting to see better macro play from the bottom of the OPL ladder than the top. And until Chiefs, Legacy, and Direwolves can really step up their macro play, I have a feeling we're going to continue to see a lot more upset.
Yeah, it certainly does seem to be that way. And one team tonight does have to lose after perfect Super Weeks for both teams. Want to ask you who that is going to be, starting with you, Frosker. And is it going to be Sin picking up another win, staying above the Chiefs, or will Infernum continue their role?
This is an absolutely true stat. Anytime I'm casting the Sin lineup, they win. So they're going to 2-0 Infernum.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think they're going to be a 2-0 Infernum. I think Seb has the chops to maybe steal a game, and the matchup's really cool, but Infernum as a whole, I don't think can beat Sin the way their form is currently.
Well, we'll see whether Infernum are able to prove us wrong here on the desk, as Sin versus Infernum are ready to get underway. So here is Atlas and Rusty to take us into game one.
Thank you very much, Spawn. We're very excited to take us into game number one. And I do like that they brought up this sort of macro play that the bottom end of the OPL has started playing. We saw it out of Infernum, taking down Hellions, and Sin have been doing ridiculous things. Do you think this might just be the fact that these teams are feeling the pressure, Rusty? What is it?
I don't think it's feeling the pressure, and it could be a small thing that may not even be factual. But the way that I look at this is the lower teams, they can't beat the enemy players. So what they do is they win the map. And that just makes perfect sense because the one thing that they can still achieve or still actively win, whereas the top teams are getting overconfident, they can beat the players and they're not playing the map appropriately because they just want to win their lane and win the game through that. So it could be effective communication, it could be a lack of macro analysis from these teams, but all around I think it's just losing teams trying to bring it back.
Yeah, I think so too, and it has been working out as we do hop into Champions Select for both of these sides. Spawn, in fact, mentioned it. Both teams having a perfect Super Week. Now has to be broken as Sin are going to ban away Elise first up, and we're going to talk about this. Seb had a pretty good weekend on the old Elise, even if it wasn't the weekend.
Seb is kind of a big deal when it comes to Infernum. He is the major carrier for this team, so it's no surprise to see any bans from Sin directed towards him. And it's funny because the team of Sin work around Rymeister, whereas Infernum, they do work around Seb. He is the one putting down as much damage as Midbeast, which speaks volumes towards what he is doing as a jungler, as mentioned on the desk. no surprise to see him focused.
Yeah, I find it really interesting as well, the fact that Sin work around Rymeister, like you said, but it's often Rymeister just running around on his own, split pushing, making sure that he causes as much pressure as possible. Whereas Infernum, they work around Seb as a team. You saw in the games that they won against Hellions, it was Jack attack with the teleports after the Seb engaged. His Nidalee earlier on as well, so it's sort of Infernum dictating pace. But we are all the way through the bans here, as at least Nidalee Lulu have been taken away from Sin, and Infernum are going to get rid of Diana, Yasuo, and Kog'Maw. Makes a whole lot of sense, the Diana Yasuo, but we'll see what Infernum do want to go for afterwards, as the Kalista locked in first up for Sin. And the answer, the Trundle did make it through. That sort of has been a priority ban for most teams against Infernum.
Yeah, I'm going to call it a somewhat priority ban. You want to get rid of Elise and Nidalee. I would wager above that of the Trundle. The problem is they're still picking up Gragas and they're still picking up the Trundle, which is still a ridiculously good disengage composition. All they really need is like a hyper carry in that AD composition here for Stealthix. And I think that'd be fine Infernum already.
Well, Gangplank has been locked in. Of course, Sin only recently showing us that they are more than happy to flex that pick. Rymeister going completely ballistic on the champion.
Yeah.
And, of course, Chippy's going insane against the Chiefs as well, and as far as that one is concerned. So the Gangplank pivotal for Sin, and they have picked it up one more time. Infernum now looking to pick up their next couple. We'll see what they do to answer this, because they have to have known that Kalista and Gangplank were going to get picked up.
Yeah, it's worth assuming. Rymeister actually the second person of Sin to pick up Gangplank, and it's a recent revelation that surprised even Choo-Choo's when he was on the analyst desk, of course, the mid laner for Legacy. So has only just recently brought the champion into the fray and is about to patch off being a little bit less potent, but while it's strong, you know, you may as well bring it there.
And Stealthix going back to an old favorite here as the Civ has been locked in. Bard there as well for Yuzuki. So it's no support Trundle, as we may have assumed, as Jack Attack is going to be taking that one towards the top side of the map. And we'll see what Midbeast wants to grab as their last pick. But now Sin, to round out their team comp, we'll find out exactly where that Gangplank is going.
Yeah, and I think it's worth assuming that it's mid lane, even though it'll be a blind pick. Midbeast might go for like a Syndra, might go for a Control Mage, Twisted Fate maybe as well, just to match maybe map pressure that Gangplank can put down. But basically everything he plays is not really worth comparing or even respecting necessarily with draft order. So I think I'd happily put that mid, pick a top laner. Poppy is also up as an example, and then just give Juice a comfortable jungler.
Yeah, of course, the Rek'Sai has been banned away, but no, it is going to be the Gangplank towards the top side of the map. Rymeister looking to put on more pressure in the mid lane, and I was actually going to echo your point there with the fact that Rymeister's up against Midbeast, not known to put on a lot of pressure. He would have been happily able to scale up on the Gangplank, get to the point where he has those couple of items, and then just destroy people in teamfights, but isn't going to be the way, and Chippy's just looking to take that one towards the top side of the map into the Trundle.
Yeah, so Gangplank top lane into Trundle's not that bad either, to be fair, because Trundle's more disengaged with, it's kind of a sustained poke. He just latches onto you with a bite, slows you down, and he gets like 2 or 3 autos and you run away happy. Gangplank will survive, and that's the big deal. It's not a Poppy that can outright kill you, it's a Trundle that can pressure you, but it's not all that big of a deal. So they afford to go Assassin in the mid lane, pick up the LeBlanc, and just play what is more Rymeister as a starter.
Yeah, well, in fact, it is going to be taken to him as well. Midbeast has locked away his Ahri, so of course the comfort pick for Midbeast. Did manage to pick up a victory in game number 1 against the Hellions on the champion, so good to see him back on a comfortable one, but of course fell behind in farm. Bomb, of course, outlaning him just a little bit. It was just the late game rotational play and sort of playing the map, as we've been talking about before from Infernum, that did manage to net them that win. And we'll see whether Rymeister can put on massive pressure, because we saw his LeBlanc, and it was very, very frightening. In fact, I remember him taking down Sharp in the bottom side of the map as Quinn versus LeBlanc, and it's just, Fiora versus LeBlanc, and it's just something that I wouldn't ever expect. So, ridiculous. We'll see whether he can do some more of that sort of highlight-based play.
Very frightening LeBlanc, and I think the other big detail here for Sin is that they have Cardred on Kalista, which unlocks Rogue. Now, Rogue is one of the bigger carries of Sin, believe it or not, because Cardred is much more of a facilitator, and this is why Kalista is the perfect champion for these two as a duo lane. You can throw Rogue in, let Rogue initiate, and just sit at the back as you usually would do as Cardred, usually playing Ezreal, and just poke around the outskirts of the team fight.
Yeah, and it has sort of been his way. But of course, a low-range AD carry player that often likes to stay safe is sort of dangerous, just because Stealthix sometimes runs into the problem of not doing quite enough damage in these team fights. We'll see whether he can get amongst it this game. But we want to hear from you guys. Use that hashtag SinWin if you think that Sin can continue their rampage through the OPL, or use that hashtag INFWin if you think that Infernum can pick up another victory, chase themselves out of that relegation position. and into sort of a possible playoff spot, because both of these teams, of course, well and truly in the running for that playoff position. We'll see whether Infernum can make a late surge. Of course, Sin looking to really hold on to that position.
Absolutely. Sin looking to consolidate after a fantastic Super Week and ensure their position in the top 4, try and make those playoffs a little bit more secure for them.
We'll see whether they can do it once again with a massive scaling comp with this Gangplank. But of course, having the LeBlanc and the Callista for some mid-game bridging, I like it a lot. As Infernum, just a lot of comfort picks over their side. So Seb, maybe trying the Gragas is sort of more of a meta pick, but Jack Attack on the Trundle, you've got Mid-Beast on the Ahri, and Yuzuki on the Bard, of course. We haven't seen it so far in the OPL, but I do know that he loves playing the champion.
He definitely does love Bard. Mid-Beast as well on this Ahri, one of the more underappreciated mid laners. I think that Ahri has always been top tier, just never really played as a primary option, and that's generally because champions like LeBlanc are available who can do their burst quicker and get out just as safely. Ahri is, if you use your ultimate to go in, you have to use another stack to go out, whereas LeBlanc can go in and just immediately straight back out.
Yeah, immediately. But we do have a Who Will Win poll. Sin Win is really getting it, as 77% of you think they are going to be able to take this one. Of course, Infernum, 23%. But there's still a few votes there. We'll see who is going to be victorious. You can actually have a look at our predictions if you hop over to oce.lolesports.com. Not going to give those away because, of course, we're unbiased. We're unbiased at the moment, aren't we, Rusty?
I'm actually Jin Howard, not unbiased anymore.
Oh, dang it. Forgot. Jin Howard's probably better than
Yeah, look, I think that Sin, no surprise that they're getting the fan votes after a ridiculous Super Week, to say the least, taking down the two Goliaths of Oceanic Esports right now.
Yeah, most definitely.
Only missing one of the top 3 with their victory. So coming into this game, definitely the favorites, and that's a big question. Ooh. Sin, can they actually be ahead as the favorites, or do they just prefer being underdogs?
And they are chasing this standard lane here as well, as Cardred and Rogue moving down towards the bottom side. They've missed out on the first 3 minions, but they do manage to get that standard lane situation as they were looking for, as Stealthix able to clear out the first 6. So already a bit of a lead here on the side of Infernum. We'll see whether they are going to be able to push that advantage, as Charm lands from Mid-Beast here. Nice damage onto Rymeister.
Yeah, that was actually a really good charm. Diffused a lot of pressure, unfortunately.
Whoa!
Rymeister has the corrupting potion, so we'll have an extra pot in his back pocket. And Mid-Beast wants to trade in extended periods. So he'll want to hit the combo, and then he'll want to back away for 30 seconds. And then he'll want to hit the combo again. Only really working around Thunderlords, or where Rymeister massively missed positions, because the burst between the two is somewhat equal. LeBlanc just does a bit more.
Yeah, and as far as this standard lane scenario is concerned, we mentioned the map play on both of these sides, but it's not going to be the lane swap this time around. And who is this going to benefit? Is this sort of in Sin's favor, as they did try very hard to get that?
I think they wanted the Gangplank to be against the Trundle so that he can have a one-on-one lane and farm. Trundle doesn't scale as hard as Gangplank in the way of dealing damage, but of course will be a massive tank. So I think Sin actually come out somewhat ahead, as Juice just says hello.
Yeah, nice charm, but forces the flash, as he did come from the Raptor camp.
Seb's actually here.
Yeah, looking to try and do what he can, but just the underhanded barrel to slow Juves down a bit, but not going to find any kills. Just going to pressure this one through, try and get this wave towards the turret by the looks of things.
Yeah, it just gives him a glass jar.
Yeah.
Asserting a dominance, I guess. But yeah, look, Seb's there, and that was very well done from Seb to be in position to stop Juves from getting a gank off, and it's recognizing what's happening in the middle lane. Mid-Beast running out of mana makes him a prime target for being ganked as well. And we were talking before about who actually comes out ahead in this lane swap, and one thing I do want to mention is whilst Sin were chasing the lane swap, they've put themselves into a CS hole in the bottom lane because of how long it took them to get there.
Yeah, and it's a really nice stun on the Cartridge here, but Stealthix may actually get stunned. Oh no! Nice use of the spell shield to stop the Braum passive. That was very, very well timed by Stealthix.
Yeah, that was well timed. But in saying that, he also takes a rend every single time. So whenever Stealthix has to use his spell shield to not get stunned by Braum, Cardred's actually the one in power.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it is going to develop, because it is going to be that mind game, isn't it? Do I want to get stunned, or do I want to take a trillion damage to the face?
Yeah, well, can I avoid getting stunned and use the spell shield on the rend? And when is he going to rend? Because even that's a mind game of itself.
Oh, Chippy's nice pressure here towards the top side of the map. Jack Attack is There's a lot of minions heading towards his turret, but he's going to be able to eat them up just fine. King's Tribute going to help him out there as well. But Chippy's with a whole lot of control, already 13 CS in the lead as the Gangplank.
Gangplank does well into the Trundle lane. It's no big surprise that Chippies is putting in work. We've also seen his Gangplank before, and we know how potent he can be.
Yeah.
Jack Attack, not known for his lane control as such either.
Yeah, it's all about the team play for Jack. We'll see whether he can make it work, but so far the gold very, very even. And Juves looking to try and pick this one up. There's the flash forward by both of them. The Charm's going to go wide. Midbeast is going to burn to death. First blood goes to Rymeister, and Juves is able to limp away.
Yeah, Juves barely living as a repeat gank in that middle lane. No flash available for Midbeast, which is why Juves immediately flashes forward. And weird spell selection from Rymeister, I will say. They do get away with it because the chains connect. Would have liked to have seen the chains, though, while he was knocked up.
Yeah. But Cardred, he's going to get ignited towards the bottom side of the map as Infernum putting the pressure on. Definite win there in the mid for Sin, but we'll see whether they do take care of this AD carry support combo. Seb picking himself up some farm as Midbeast is making his way back to lane. Yeah.
Really trying to.
Oh, there it is. Body Slam's going to net him that one. As Jack Attack just pushing forward. Actually now has the CS advantage as these waves crash together. Nice farming underneath the turret. Of course, Trundle pretty good at that, able to sap the AD from the cast minions.
Yeah, he also hasn't recalled.
Ah, very good point.
Which is why he managed to stay there. And Chippy's walked back to lane opposed to wasting the teleport. So the extended period of time there causes a CS advantage. Still the kind of lane that favors Chippies, which is why Seb is up here. Or at least hovering around the area. Doesn't want Juves to come in, given the item advantage that Chippies has, because that is the best lane to gank right now.
You can see Midbeast actually playing really far back, and there's a big wave moving towards Sin as well, as Rogue going to try and stop Yuzuki from picking up some chimes, but not going to be able to.
And just angrily stomps the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah.
Both of them just ganged up on it. A bit rude.
Really mean. Popcorn chicken, meal of choice here for Midbeast. Wants to try and pad that stat as much as possible, but you can see he's so far behind. 53 to 32 as Rymeister is really in control. Nice charm once again, but he's going to dodge the Orb of Deception for the true damage.
Yeah, I think one of the better things about that lane in mid is that LeBlanc's distortion always goes forward in a linear direction.
True.
So to hit a charm as Ari, you'd be laughing if you missed it, in all honesty.
Well, so far Rymeister holding the wave at a very nice spot for himself. Was the Blasting Wand as opposed to the Negatron Cloak here, and it seems like this is a perfect representation of the playstyles of both of these players, as Midbeast picks up the defensive option, whereas Rymeister goes for the aggressive one on the other side.
Also representative of the pressure that they're receiving, as you can see, Rymeister's partner in crime.
Yeah.
Having a hug, you know, just sitting on the side of him, and which is, I guess, a very telling tale as to why Rymeister can afford to go so offensive with his items. Ari also does a fair chunk of true damage on her first leveled spell in the queue. So Negatron Cloaks don't do all that much. A little bit.
Yeah, really interesting. Actually, the couple of Sentinels now being picked up by Chippies as he locks them down. Nice vision available from Infernum around the blue side area, but you can see definitely a whole lot more as Cardred's going to get missed by the Cosmic Binding. Gets slowed down, though, as Stealthix able to get some boomerang damage across, but Sin take this as their opportunity to take down this blue buff. Seb is going to make his way in, does have the explosive cast, can ruin the day of someone, but there's a teleport from Jack Attack. They want to find their way in. He's going to have the pillar as he stops Juves from getting through. Midbeast able to land it as the charm does come down. Cannon Barrage is there from Chippy's up. Explosive cast is going to lock the kill down onto Rogue. Juves trying to tunnel out of the way, gets to his next one, but Ignite is going to burn him down. Yuzuki picks up the kill, and Infernum take the lead in the kills, and they might even be able to grab a dragon.
Juves not able to get to safety. The preset tunnel makes him take an extended period of time to get over that wall, and Yuzuki's able to get in range and use Ignite. I'm not sure if they doubled them up, though, given that Midbeast has his on the exact same cooldown.
Yeah.
One of them got it anyway. As honestly, Infernum, that was proactive, and it looked like it was Jack shot calling, because he was the one that teleported in proactively. The rest weren't even in position. As you can honestly, like, look at this. He is so deep. Yuzuki Seb was clearing a ward. They were not actually prepared to fight this, but thankfully Midbeast was waiting in the wings, appropriately timed. And a nice kick from Seb secures them not one, but 2 kills. See how he kind of had to go back to get in the tunnel? That put him perfectly in range for Yuzuki to ignite him. Bit awkward.
Beast as well.
Bit
In fact.
awkward.
Yeah, a bit awkward on both sides, but Juves is going to fall down. They still have the gold advantage, though, as 400 is now in the lead here for Sin, but Infernum with the first Dragon is going to mean that those 6% stats going to be helping them out. Runic Echo is almost completed for Seb here in the jungle on the Gragas. Just needs to complete that recipe.
But you know where the 400 is, Atlas? Mid lane CS.
Yeah, not to mention all of the extra gold that Chippies is raking in, plundering those minions.
Yeah. Starts to add up.
Yeah,
But
and
that's a big lead.
1,300 gold for Rymeister.
Yeah. That's a pretty scary proposition.
Oh, there's
Oh,
the
it
Tempered
hit.
Fate. Cardred's going to get caught up. Seb's going to have an easy barrel, but go, Cardred! Able to use the flash immediately after getting out of stasis. Nicely played. But trading the ultimate for a flash, definitely worth it for Infernum.
The Jack attack is up here, though, and Juves is actually well and truly in position.
Yeah, nice speed up there from Jack Attack. The barrels aren't going to quite find the Trundle as he just wanders out.
Yeah, Trundle's able to walk out. Juves was there. Chippies wasn't ready. And just like that, Jack can casually wander back to safety. Has a fair chunk of armor on him too, and Chippies was getting too cute. You don't need to hit a triple keg combo. Just cue him in the face.
Yeah, just hit him with a move.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Juves, once again, back at his favorite place, the enemy Raptor camp. Taking that one down, he's going to be able to clear out some vision here as well. And we've mentioned this before, Juves definitely plays well. Oh, yeah.
Not respecting. If that hits, Chippies could have ulted. Juves is here.
Yeah, Juves is going to come in. Subjugate is available. He's going to use it onto Juves right now as Cannon Barrage comes in. Flash out of the way of it as now Sin trying to kite around this turret, but this Trundle not too easy to gank. That being said, they will be able to grab that turret.
Yeah, so they get pressure on this turret now. They force the flash out of Jack attack and the ultimate, and he doesn't have teleport to stay with his team. And honestly, that was unnecessary from Jack, but because he didn't have the teleport, he chose to stay to try and get all of the minions. And it was greedy, but who expects Juves to be up there for that long? He went from ganking top to the enemy Raptors to the enemy Krugs and then stopped them to dive Jack.
Yeah. Man was definitely keen. But he's going to net them the turret. in the first one of the game going over to Sin. So global gold advantage there. Not that they didn't already have a lead in that department. And Chippies as well, really accelerating himself through. So the solo lanes for Sin on fire right now.
Yeah, no, this is a big point of power for Sin. They should honestly just look to group up somewhere and take objectives. Looking at mid lane, having Sorcerer's Shoes as the difference between these two at 12 minutes is ridiculous. Like, the amount of gold between them is phenomenal. And a Trinity Force is just such a big power spike that Chippies could even consider grouping with his team right now. There's no Dragon to take, so they don't need to go for an objective to that extent. At least get the Rift Herald for free, and then try and use that in a side lane.
Well, Chippies, you can see, moving back towards the top side of the map. Rymeister just clearing out some vision. Seb going to be grabbing his red buff here. We'll see whether this Gragas can make anything happen towards the mid game. Is that a good game so far?
But the amount of damage that Rymeister does right now is ridiculous.
Well, we can see that as the chain is going to go off, and Rymeister locks down 2/3 of mid-beast's health bar in one combo.
Midbeast doesn't have the sustain to deal with it, not even as an Ahri who has her passive for spell vamp. So Seb has to come and say hello, at least show his face.
Yeah, he's going to clear out a pink ward, gets himself 30 gold for his visit, but mid-beast still has to play back.
He's not going to deter Rymeister though.
Oh no.
The man is confident right now. It's not what you want Rymeister to be if you were Infernum.
Most definitely not. As we saw the Ricochet crits, actually. Very cute stuff here. Stealthix able to utilize Siva's new ability to do that.
What? I thought we're on 6 crit.
Yeah, but you saw the crit number come up, right? Am I losing
No,
my
I was
mind?
not observing the crit.
Yeah.
I wasn't actively looking for it. I'll have a look next time.
Yeah, we'll see. Just give me your heads up. See what you think. Well, Jack Attack going to clear out this minion wave towards the top side of the map. Still the Trundle, still very happy on this champion. Decided to go Iceborne Gauntlet first, as well as those Swifty Boots, which is an interesting option. Normally we see that Titanic Hydra, but not opting for it. Still able to get himself some extra AoE for that wave clear, so I do like it.
Yeah, a bit of armor as well, not just the health.
Yeah. Well, Rymeister going to get caught by the charm, but it is going to get traded And Midbay's going to be forced to use the ultimate. Yeah, that is going to be very difficult. Yeah.
That really hurts, because that's an extended period of time now where Infernum, not only are they at a gold deficit, an item deficit, they're now missing key spells for their mid laner. And Sin should get a lot more confident because of this.
Well, Rymeister wandering over a ward as Infernum playing defensively towards the bottom side of the map. Sin still trying to get something to work out in their favor as they're moving aggressively around. They understand that this mid game is where they have a lot of power. Essence Reaver actually first item here for Stealthix. Oh, we've been seeing a lot of Infinity Edges being picked up on the Sivir. But
yeah,
Essence Reaver, I like the cooldown reduction. I like the extra ability to get mana back. Dig it. Like it a lot.
Yeah, it's by no means bad at all. And of course, you would imagine the Infinity Edge or the Static Shiv will be the next item. And the holy trinity of AD carry items, as they are at the moment, will be secured sooner or later for him.
Yeah, it feels similar to a Lucian build or something like that.
Well, it gives the same stats as an Infinity Edge besides the crit bonus.
Really?
Same AD, same crit chance.
Never actually thought about that.
It gives cooldown reduction instead of crit though.
I like it. Similar power spike. Well, Sin are going to be able to take down Harold. He's going to get discovered. There's a lot of vision available around this area for Infernum, but unable to utilize it. Just better positioning here from Sin as they grab that objective.
And of course, as they should be, the Dragon, if they're going to go for neutral objectives, will be the next one they look towards. And honestly, I'm a bit disappointed that Sin haven't been more proactive with what they have.
Yeah.
They're giving opportunities for Infernum to work their way back in, and maybe that's just because bottom lane has been reasonably controlling here from Infernum. And they've got the Sivir Bard locking down Cardred and Rogue at all times.
One thing I do like about Infernum is their team fight. The On the Hunt plus Trundle just feels like a good idea.
Also on the hunt in Gragas once he gets his Dead Man's Plate, which should be where he goes towards as a second item right now against his comp. The reason that's good is you don't have to flash. You don't have to flash body slam. You can just body slam and move super fast and freak them all out and then flash.
And when they've got sort of squishy carries that rely on movement speed as well to stay safe, like the Gangplank here, as Midbeast takes a heck of a lot of damage. Chains land there as well as Rymeister may have actually just pressured him out of this lane. Yeah, I just like the movement speed as the counter. But Sin do have a bit of extra pressure now to use towards the middle of the map.
Yeah, so Seb has to address it one more time. Now they have knowledge of the Infernum jungler. And so they're free to move as they would like. Or Juice in particular is free to move as he would like. And let's see what decision he makes.
Yeah, into the enemy jungle. And I like it. You know, games that they win, Juice.
Still
been
not committing
very far forward
to anything. They haven't gone for the mid tower until right now.
Whoop. Well, here it is. Rymeister positioned very aggressively as there's the Bard ultimate. He's going to lock that one down. Oh, the charm actually going to miss onto Rymeister there as Juice comes around. Yuzuki trying to make his way in, gets the Cosmic Binding, but it's just Juice. Pretty tanky right now. There's the ultimate as well.
Okay.
As they just destroy Seb. Jack attack now right in the back, but he may not want to be there as Midbeast. Cannon Barrage right on top of his head. There's two fronts to this fight, and Sinner winning both of them as Cardred is able to lock that one down, and Rogue gets punted into the middle of a Cannon Barrage. It is going to be A-OK. They grab Seb, they grab Jack attack, but Midbeast escapes with his life.
And Sin just accelerate the game to 110% basically. And they give it to Infernum through that middle lane. They had the Rift Herald buff. They knew that Ahri had no ultimate. Now she has no flash as well, and that is complete control of the map gained by Sin. And a great start to their first game in this best of 3.
Yeah, Sin looking dominant as ever, and we were wondering, you know, is this sort of Sin having a really good week at Super Week? Was it a one-off experience for Sin? But coming into game number 1, it's looking like this Sin is here to stay. It definitely is fantastic for their chances moving towards the playoffs as Stealthix doesn't quite find him with that Boomerang Blade.
They still have a bit of time here to push this mid lane turret. They should be able to get damage on it, but because it's still so healthy, it's unlikely that they'll take this down. Then again, only Cardred responded in time. Never mind.
Well, it's good news. Oh, Garner's going to land on a Juice, who tunnels immediately away. Says, okay, well, I admit that was a silly decision. Cosmic Binding not going to stun Rogue, but at least shows him that he's been seen. Prey Seeker going to find Stealthix. There's just action everywhere. Chain's not going to land. And it's going to mean Infernum can back away.
But it's not eventful action, right? Like, Sin don't need to commit because they've got Chippies pushing in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
They're happy to just pressure and keep vision of where Infernum are. and then utilize that vision to make good decisions. And it's just Sin playing the map once again. They don't need to kill champions. Why would they when they've got a lead already established?
Oh, they've got Rhymeister. I think that's probably why.
Well, he kills the champions for them.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Based off what he just did to Seb before.
He's
Makes a
also
lot of sense.
70 CS up. My goodness. Oh, Suzuki has to be careful. That's the combo. Chain not going to find him.
Ooh, man.
He went for it in the magical journey. That was cute.
That was very close as well. And that just goes to show how confident Rhymeister is. You're right, he's that far ahead in farm. But it doesn't matter. He can just be hyper-aggressive. He can split push if he wants to and probably kill Jack Attack at this stage. He's only got armor to his name and will not be looking for Rhymeister. Last time we saw Rhymeister play LeBlanc, he killed a Fiora on Sharp.
He did.
With no exception this game that anybody in front of him can die.
Well, Midbay's actually looking for Juice or Rogue. Nails the charm onto the Braum, but Fate's Call is going to get him to safety. Midbay's still going for it. As there's the Tempered Fate once again onto Cardred. Magical Journey's going to get Yuzuki in there, but Cardred's still running away, able to get himself to safety, as now Juice may need to do the same. The solo lane is still towards the other sides of the map, though, and successful disengage from Sin.
Yeah, Inferno making proactive decisions, recognizing they can only fight in certain environments.
Oh my goodness, Yuzuki can't actually get into his magical journey as he's going down so low. The clone's going to die as the cannon barrage. Yuzuki going to get melted as Rogue is able to pick up the kill. And Rhymeister over the top. Seb is going to get Mimic Distortion, but smacks him in the head. That body slam was able to do enough damage, and Seb's able to lock down the mid laner. That was a bit cute.
That was aggressive from Rhymeister. Even his clone got ignited by Yuzuki, so it had insult to injury. Even with the one death that Rhymeister has had, everything is going Sin's way, and it was desperate from Infernum. Proactive, yes, but desperate from them to engage in the middle lane. They just want to make something happen. They've got a trigger-happy Sivir on Stealthix, who's got all of his cooldown reduction basically ready to go. So it's not a big cooldown by any means, but every time he uses it or it's not there, it's so much harder for Infernum to get anything done.
Yeah, well, see whether they can. There's Chippies as well. I mean, he's got an Infinity Edge building towards that Essence Reaver as well. And I believe he went back and finished a full Infinity Edge, because he then managed to pick up another BF. So it's just a ridiculous amount of money for this Gangplank. And he's also 30 CS ahead of the clock.
Yeah, so he's just farming. Like, he's actually doing nothing but farm at the moment, and then just plays down his ultimate where those assists have come from. He's doing well, though, Chippy's in controlling the map.
Yeah.
Which is what Sin need.
Oh, Juves actually going to get stunned by the Cosmic Binding, as Seb looking to try and put on some pressure. Baron gets angry at Juves, who tries to burn him on his way out. It's a bit silly as Jack Attack now towards the bottom side of the map trying to deal with this Gangplank. Probably can't right now. He does have a Randuin's Omen, actually, so not too bad. Those crits not going to hurt as much, but Rhymeister will be able to help take down this Trundle if they do decide to go for it. Subjugate not going to be all that useful against all the damage that Chippies is building. Oh, Stealthix doesn't take the Mimic, actually.
Chippy's got ulted just then by Jack. Interesting. And again, this comes back to Infernum seeming like they just don't have an answer, so their answer is fight. That's basically what it feels like they're doing right now. And every single time that they do this, they walk into the jaws of Sin, who in this case are genuinely just stalking Seb.
They are.
And now about to get knowledge. Oh, no, Juve's left.
Yeah, they do sweep, but unable to kill the ward here as Seb's just still waiting. Juve's going to get caught out. There's the explosive cask, actually, as the charm lands. Juve's in a whole host of trouble as Cannon Barrage is in there, but Infernum just walk over it. Juve's going to get hit by the Tempered Fate as Midbeast as well. Juve might be able to actually escape now as Midbeast running away. Rhymeister from the backside. Midbeast going to get stunned and destroyed. There's massive knockups come in. Infernum now trying to finish off these low health targets. Stealthic's able to pick up a double kill off the backside.
They have to do Baron.
Yeah, can they get there? As Chippies, he's towards the bottom side, has his teleport. Rhymeister just hanging out here in the brush. As Yuzuki gonna get chained up, ignited as well. He's going to die. Just didn't know that there was a LeBlanc there.
That was
to go back.
very well executed mechanically from Rhymeister to ensure the trade was even for Sin throughout that. Even as simple as going in with the distortion, using your Q and then auto-attacking Midbeast to get the Braum stun off before throwing out chains to secure it. The second one, he tried to use his distortion to get barred halfway through the magical journey. Thankfully, still hit the chains and was able to pick that one up with Ignite and auto attacks. But again, that was Rymeister just executing mechanically very strong to give Sin the advantages that they were looking for.
Yeah, really nice LeBlanc play here so far from Rymeister. The man
He's not done.
Still looks to be a powerhouse. Standing on this pink ward. Seb and Midbeast hanging around. He is thinking about heading back. Rogue here as well as Seb just looking for round 2.
Yeah, so this is still Infernum actually managing to find kills, which is impressive above all else. Sin having more than enough control to try and at least effectively split push their way out of this game. And that's what they are doing. But by doing that, you're missing a member of the team, and you're against the Sivir composition, so you have to keep that in mind if you are Sin. At every moment that you overextend, a Sivir could be on the hunt and just chasing you down. So we did see a double kill out of Stealthix last time around. So what that does mean is it's possible for Infernum to get picks. It's possible for them to get kills. Doesn't make it easy, but they're not done.
Tempered Fate once again onto Cardred as Spirit Rush is going to be used. Rogue just going to get taken out with the Fate's Call. Juve's now the only target that they can go for as Explosive Cast is going to knock him against the wall. Can't quite find the stuns as Cannon Barrage onto
GP.
5 people. Now look at the damage from Chippies as he launches himself into the backline. Seb's going to die. It's a double kill already for the Pirate. Make that a triple as Yuzuki's going to fall. Another shot. Not going to pick it up as the ace comes in for Sin. Massive damage from Chippies, though. That was huge.
And Sin honestly just stole Chippy's pentakill, plain and simple. He had the Q in mid-air to pick off the 4th target, and Juice picks up the 5th. But this is still an ace for Sin Gaming. It's still going to be the Baron kicked off and definitely finished in their favor. And that potentially is the nail in the coffin here for Infernum.
Yeah, 10,000 gold lead. Make that 12 as they pick up the big purple monster. Rymeister in his natural habitat, being the enemy side of the jungle, as close to the base as he possibly can get. Empowered Recall is going to be just spammed over and over again. Look at this Gangplank's items. Now with the Swiftness Boots, Essence Reaver, Infinity Edge. The Trinity Force there as well.
Here we go.
Last Whisper as Yuzuki's going to get deleted. See you later, mate. It was really nice having you on the Rift, but Rymeister didn't really like it, as that pink ward is going to be replaced now as Infernum have once again found Juves. But he's pretty tanky. Yeah.
Young Yuzuki was a short stay on the Rift. He just came back.
Oh, no. The poor guy.
He's not going to get very good reviews.
No. Well, he's not going to give this hotel a very good review at all. Oh, God.
Bless you.
Oh, it's a heck of a lot of damage. Just ludicrous.
Oh,
Rymeister has to deal with a traffic cone. Yeah. But there's barrels to contend with now as well as Chippies just walks forward, and people know that there is no way they're going to be able to do too much to get rid of this guy, as he's now critting for 1,200 damage onto minions with that Q, which is very scary.
Yeah, he's pretty big. It's kind of a big deal right now, Chippies.
I would say so.
I'm not sure how far away he is from one hitting somebody, but he's not far away from one hitting somebody. I'll put it that way.
Succinct. I like it.
Rymeister, on the other hand, can't use one spell to one-shot somebody, but we just saw it happen. So,
yeah, I think he used 2 spells the last time. Oh, was it 3?
Yeah,
oh,
he mimicked the Q and they went like together.
What a cheater.
That was cheating.
There was a heck of a lot of damage there from this LeBlanc. The Stealthix now to... Oh, nice spell shield.
I was so ready.
That probably would have been a one-shot.
Yeah,
like,
I was
just
so ready.
Stupid. But fantastic spell shield. Rymeister now split pushing towards the middle lane. As Infernum do have wave clear. Can deal with this one as Charm is going to go wide from mid base. Orbit Deception just, I don't know, thrown for fun.
You know this type of game, or rather this time in the game as well for Chippies, it's almost like shooting clay pigeons. That's just what it feels like. Like they just line up perfectly and he just aims his kegs.
Oh, Yuzuki takes a heck of a lot of damage, but Seb in to disrupt this fight as Chippies might be caught out. Chains land onto Jack Attack, but look at the Cannon Barrage! So much work done here from Sin. As Seb's going to get knocked up. Yuzuki now in trouble. Double kill instantly on the bottom lane from Rymeister as he's now continuing to move in. Midbeast is going to fall as Chippies grabs one for himself. Cardred takes down Jack Attack, and Sin are on fire. That is 4 kills in a row. They are going to be able to take down this inhibitor and possibly the Nexus.
This does look like game 1 should be in Sin's favor. They have a very extended period of time right now with death timers on Infernum. They've got the Baron buff. This should do it.
17,000 gold, the lead for Sin. What a dominant performance from this team. The squad that managed to take down the Direwolves and the Chiefs in quick succession in Super Week continue their dominance on the Rift as they take down Infernum. Really, really nice play. And it wasn't even necessarily Infernum playing badly or anything like that. It was once again Jubes in the enemy jungle, getting stuff done, being proactive. And Sin's solo lane is just going off.
They just won the laning phase, I think, just plain and simple. And yeah, Jubes, he had some great ganks. I think most importantly, when we do go to the analyst desk, Frostgoon might be quite happy because Sin played the map.
They did. They most certainly did. This is something that Infernum tried to do as well against Hellions. They were successful, but just want Jack Attack back on the tree. Like, I know his Trundle's really good.
That's a pipe dream. Let's be honest.
He picked it up in back-to-back games.
His Trundle's fine. We're not having this conversation. I think.
Okay, that's a really good point. But congratulations. Really, really nice stuff there from Sin. But we are going to throw it to the analyst desk to break down that first game.
Thank you so much, guys. And what a game it was from Sin in the end. I want to start with Infernum's draft, however, because on the other side of the Rift, I was really impressed with what Infernum put together. I thought that was a really cute draft.
I thought it was an awesome composition.
That good, huh?
Yep, that good. Opened it up, surprise. No, I want to talk about Bard and Sivir and how they work together, especially, okay, so your first rotation is going to be Trundle and Gragas, which are two huge disengaged champions. And then Sivir, obviously this is 6.4, so Sivir can now crit on her Ricochet, which gives her a big buff in her damage output. Long range pick potential. Think about like a Bard ultimate, like from downtown, the Sivir ultimate comes in. I think on 40%, what? It's level 16, her ultimate is on an 80-second cooldown with 40% CDR, which is very achievable with an Essence Reaver. That's like 32 seconds that you're using on the hunt every single time.
I like that you looked at me. Like, I'm awful at math.
I'm just like, that's ridiculous. You got pick potential with the Ahri. I just think that holistically, that composition was awesome. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it utilized very well.
Yeah, we certainly did. And in fact, we got to see the other side of the conversation. We're actually going to throw up a replay for you guys. This is late game. And you can see that Infernum, they have the right idea. Before this, they've hit a long-range Bard ult. That's still on cooldown. They try and run down mid lane Page Street, but stuff doesn't go right.
Yeah, so Frostgoon actually sort of explained this already. Like, Infernum's comp does what Infernum's comp is supposed to do, but just watch Chippy's here. Game playing did get changed on this patch, but I don't think Chippy's is too worried. So Drews, he tries to get in there, boom. Huge barrel combo from Chippies, and then just runs in and cleans house there. Juves does do a good job sort of baiting them in, but it was just really smart stuff. And again, gangplank cleanup's pretty straightforward. Typical there for Chippies towards the end, and an easy ace for Sin.
Maybe unlucky
That's
they didn't even get
by the way.
Maybe unlucky you didn't even get the Penta as well. Like Rye was an outright kill steal, and Juves, I don't know, I think he got like a burning kill there as well. But that was really impressive, and that's what it looks like Sin. I'm actually going to challenge Rusty on playing the map, because I think that Sin played to two very good solo laners. Two solo laners that outright outclassed Infernum's counterpart.
Yes.
Slight correction. A great top laner and a really strong dual lane in the mid. Because Juice was in the back pocket the whole time. This used to be a classic Sin thing. Juice would love to sit in Ryze lane and just really get things going. I agree, though. Mid and top played awesome for Sin.
Again, I understand where Rusty is coming from in terms of like the lane phase, but we were just talking about this kind of warming up to this match, this idea that Sin play the map, they don't play their opponents. Well, when they're against Infernum and they know that they're just stronger, again, pound for pound, they did play their opponents. Their solo lanes were just so oppressive, and they actually fumbled quite early. You think about Braum attempting to ward and getting picked off in the river from a nice teleport from Jack Attack, and then again on top of the Baron. They actually were caught out of position many times.
Yeah, I'm going to say there was a couple of unneeded dives in the top lane as well, where I'm thinking about Jack Attack just ulting people, getting double flashes for not really that much around the map when they should have been focusing bottom lane because they have a global ultimate out of the gangplank. They had a Flame Horizon in the mid lane, and their AD carry was down on CS. Like, the fact that even happens on Summoner's Rift is, like, absolutely bonkers to me. I don't know what was going on there.
And that's the thing, though, is it speaks to the strength of Infernum's composition. When the map is opened up like that, all the towers fall down. Sivir's ultimate means so much. I mean, we're coming kind of back into the power of Sivir. I love that champion. All about the rotations. But that's why Sin were constantly getting caught out kind of in this mid-game, is because Sivir's just able to run you down. Again, you have that long-range Hail Mary from Bard, and everyone loses their minds.
Yeah, they certainly did. But at the end of the day, Sin did pick up game number 1 despite a good composition out of Infernum. Game number 2 just around the corner. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 3.5. the OPL, where we just saw Sin take the Game 1 victory over Infernum in pretty emphatic fashion in the end, especially in that mid lane. Rhymeister going absolutely off. However, guys, yesterday we asked you to ask us anything pretty much, you know, whether it's the shoutcasters, whether it's the producer, the broadcast team in general, even League Ops. Throw us a question at our Twitter at @lol_Oceania. Use that hashtag IMOPL. We will be answering some of those questions during the week's broadcast. And we actually have some of them to answer right now. So I'm going to get the casters back up on screen. We're going to do this the way we did it last time and hopefully have a little bit more success with it because I was all over the shop. But let's get into some of the questions. Question number 1. Let's go. Hey, guys.
Hi. What's up?
How's it going?
Oh, really good.
You guys look far
Prosper.
away.
Thank you.
They do look really far away. So question is up. Pastry.
I got you. Where do you guys host everything? Like, not the exact location, just the type of building. A whole question
Give me your address.
Well, I'm not giving you my address.
So actually, we're in the Riot Sydney office. So we host everything out of the Riot Sydney office. We have a studio. It's down the bottom floor of the office. If anyone knows where that is, I don't know. It's kind
in
of.
like
I know where it
or
is.
if that's
dungeon.
relevant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Over in the void. Somewhere near the void.
Production
the
room
technical
is
term.
a separate room. It used to be the same room. I used to be able to reach out and touch Riot Benji, my producer, or throw pens at him when I needed to. Now we're in separate rooms and we can only hear him over our magical headsets. He said, "Thank goodness." That was cool. So hopefully that answers your question there as we jump into another question and pull it up on your screen.
What happens if there's a 3-way tie for 4th place? What would the system be for this? That is an excellent question for
Isn't
League
it
Ops.
head-to-head?
So, yeah, it's head-to-head. So, and it goes down to the maps. So, if you've beaten someone 2-0, it's better than beating them 2-1, for example. So, we take into account head-to-head. If there's a 2-way tie and it's perfectly even, we play the extra game. If there is a 3-way tie, we take into account everyone's head-to-head, including maps. And in the rare situation that is still a tie, on the last day of the OPL split, we will run a continuous round robin until we get one victor. So, teams out there, please do not make us do that.
Or
And on
make
that
sure that
day-
you pick Victor, and then we'll get there straight away.
What I'm saying
so
is
no
on
worries.
that day, Spawn may become a caster with me because there's only so much Rusty that is available to the broadcast, you know.
Certainly does seem to be the case. As we pull the next question up on your screen.
How many team members apart do the analyst desk have to be at all times?
They never want to sit next to me, so I'm going to say a lot of team
This
outs.
is like a significant amount of
yeah,
team
this
members.
is my arms are fairly long.
Well,
Like,
how
I'm-
many team members is your arm length?
I don't know. I'm much taller than
actually got
Julian.
really
so
long arms.
I've got
2.5
really long
teamers?
arms.
I
3
can touch
teamers?
Julian. Maybe we're off center. That's actually raised a really serious question right now. I actually enjoy
like
the
maybe
analyst
3
being in the middle, and then my
Me?
Okay,
fake analyst on the
play-by-play.
edge.
I
So-
didn't want analyst. I didn't want to sit in the middle because I hate being like It's
So you made me do it. Thanks,
Yeah.
man.
You're
yeah,
welcome.
no, sharing is caring. I completely agree with Frosker. And as we have another question
have to
coming
change
your way,
seats?
guys. Yeah, this is the host chair.
Why do
fine over here,
Why
though.
Why do you guys hold pens if you never write anything? That's a good question. I write stuff all the time.
I'm going to let you in on a little bit of a secret. I carry a pen and a notebook purely to look smart. The black notebook you see
Holding pens?
has
Never.
no information in it absolutely whatsoever. That is just like my personal, I pretend to
It's
write
his
stuff.
diary.
No,
it's his Friends Forever
I
diary.
can totally confirm this. Spawn has this trick that he used to use on the LPL. I do it all the time as well. Is that if you don't know what to say, but you don't want to make like uncomfortable eye contact with
You
the
check your
camera,
notes.
you're just like, that's interesting. Okay, yeah.
And yeah, that's the
Yes,
other thing because I'm
exactly.
very, very awkward with my hands. So exactly what Rusty just did for you guys in the lower part of the screen. I often used to have a notebook or something. So when I was very, very new to casting, Atlas would ask me something and I'd like rustle my papers to be like, I'm not uncomfortable in front of this at all. Now I do mashed potato, yeah. As the last question is up on your screen.
Actually, for the spectators, do the spectators practice their camera controls? And I certainly hope so. Is my answer to that one.
So, yeah, the cool
But
thing
they do
about
actually.
Riot is we actually have a manual
Yeah.
that I've read about how to spectate games. And I think, and they practice a lot. And I think that everyone here that has worked on the LPL has also had to spectate games in the past. So we can go through it. Flobby and Ben
I
are
actually
our
fell
two
asleep while
spectators today.
spectating a game.
You did.
I fell asleep.
I
I
remember that.
definitely spectated a game for I think it was Spawn and Atlas.
I think
And there may have been a Twisted Fate drive by.
I can let you in on a little secret as well. I think every time there's like a global ultra follow or like a 6 zoom out, I'm pretty sure producer Riot Benji rates the spectators on their ultimate.
Yeah.
Gives them a rating out of 10
Yep.
for how good the zoom outs
And
were.
he's just confirmed that. So that is definitely the case. But as I said, Flobby and Ben are our two spectators in today, and they're the ones all over the game. And I honestly think they do a fantastic job, especially because I've had to do it before. It is much harder than it looks. But guys, that is the questions we have for you right now. So we're going to wave goodbye to our two beautiful casters, and we'll hopefully catch them in a little bit. And want to get back into this series, just want to remind you one more time that it is currently Sin 1-0 up over Infernum as we head into Game 2. Frostgrin, coming to you first, what do you want to see change out of Infernum? Because the team comp looked good. What was it that went wrong?
I mean, frankly, you have to look at the mid lane. And unfortunately, Midbeast hasn't been the strongest mid laner in the OPL, and he's facing across a monster of mid laner and Rhymeister. But also, I will give credit that Juves was there constantly, so it was technically kind of like a 2v1. I just don't think Ahri is really what he needs. I would love to see like a Victor, something that's easier to execute, that's still going to lay down a lot of damage. Unfortunately, Midbeast just isn't having a great series and kind of had a few rough weeks.
Yeah, I agree. I think just kind of weight your power in the correct places and make sure that your lanes don't lose too hard. Seb can apply pressure to lanes. I think he's been doing a bit more counter jungling than normal. If you're going to have a 1v2 mid lane, just make it a 2v2. Get in there with the mid lane duo.
But if any part of that map did struggle for Sin, it was arguably their bottom lane. They're playing Kalista Braum, very strong combo. Is this an area that Infernum can maybe look to exploit, try and take it to them?
Well, let's be frank. Bard is probably one of the most oppressive lane
he's real
champions,
good.
and no one knows that. That guy hits like a truck. So when I saw the Bard,
Hey, he doesn't hit like a truck. The meeps hit like a truck.
hit like a truck.
Come
like
on.
just Bard level 1, just run at people. They will die.
Does certainly seem to be the case, so we'll see whether Infernum is able to get it back together. But guys, the teams are ready to get onto Summoner's Rift. So here is Atlas and Rusty to take us there.
Thank you very much, Spawn. Very excited to get into game number 2, and we'll see whether Sin can continue the rampage through the OPL or whether the tree's going to come back and save the day.
Well, I mean, it's continuing their self-described Cinderella story. Excuse the pun, they said it. I believe they were quoting you originally, though, Atlas.
Yeah, no.
So, you know,
I didn't mean it.
if you want to blame anyone, this guy. But it's absolutely right. It is, for all intensive purposes, a Cinderella story. They're currently ahead of the Chiefs in a head-to-head, and winning this series puts them well and truly above.
Yeah. Well, we'll see whether they are going to be able to take this one out. Looking like it is going to be a possibility already now as Infernum are going to ban away the Diana once again. We'll see whether they do change things up. Of course, Infernum now with the priority pick on the blue side. We'll see whether that is going to be Stealthix picking up the Kalista or whether that one's going to be banned away. Elise, once again, going to be taken off Seb.
I guess the question I do need to raise is, will they ban LeBlanc with it? Because they've got Diana and Yasuo. That LeBlanc was ridiculous. I mean, I think the Ahri was the bigger issue, though, not necessarily the LeBlanc, but the way that it was played, holy moly, right?
Yeah, really, really scary stuff. And you mentioned the fact that Ahri has a decent time into the champion as well, but Gangplank is going to be the priority here, of course, banning it away from Rhymeister and Chippies, who can both play that champion to pretty good effect, you have to say, after their last 2 games.
So that's the thing, right? We're on 6.4, so Ahri doesn't have a good time into LeBlanc anymore. Because they nerfed Ahri so that you don't actually stop people mid-dash with your charm. She's still going to do the damage. LeBlanc still should win that lane 99% of the time.
Okay, so of course, yeah, you can't actually, as she's coming towards you, she still will get charmed once she lands, but she'll still hit you for a heck of a lot of damage after the Sigil of Malice goes off as well. So scary stuff out of LeBlanc. So we'll see whether it is going to be picked up once again. Infernum do have an opportunity to take it away if they want to.
I don't think they'll value it too highly. I think the Kog'Maw is the other big thing, of course. Kalista is the big question mark. Do you want the Kog'Maw? Do you want the Kalista? Which do you value more and why? Infernum, they want a hyper carry.
Well, Sin not going to show their hand at all as the Braum is going to be picked up on the side of Sin. Are going to give that back to Rogue as Juves is going to take the Gragas, and we saw Juves do some fantastic things on the champion. He also promised me that he was going to bend the belly with his flash belly bop, so we'll see whether he's going to be able to do that in this game.
Bend the belly.
Bend the belly, yeah. Because when you body slam flash, and if you do it, you can do it around corners and stuff like that. Yeah, so...
I just feel like it's a very weird promise, like of all things, you know? It's like, I am going to hit my flash body slam.
He did. He promised me on Twitter a few days ago.
Fantastic.
I can prove it if you need me to. As Infernum looking for their second 2 picks to complement this Kog'Maw. Seb thinking about the Echo. Of course, does play a heck of a lot of Nidalee.
Nidalee's banned, thankfully.
Yeah, opt into a similar champion pool to that of Impaired from Trident, who plays a fantastic Echo, but Morgana now being considered. Yuzuki trying to help prop up the Kog'Maw makes a bit of sense.
Yeah, so it's not bad, actually, to go for the Morgana. And one of the other things is they took away the Braum, they took away the Gragas Sin here, away from what is going to be a Cogmore composition. So Inferno have got like the next best options, essentially, for what will be not exactly protect the Cogmore anymore, but just put the black shield on the Cogmore and hope that he doesn't die.
Well, the answer from Sin is going to be the Callista, the Callista Braum. Pretty strong lane, didn't quite work out for Sin in game number 1, but of course, Sivir Bard, pretty ridiculous. We heard, you know, the explanation of Bard, just run at people and you kill them, so sounds pretty frightening to me. But Trundle actually going to be picked away from Jack Attack on the top side of the map.
Yeah, and again, this comes back to what Sin are doing, and that's denying picks away from Infernum. And I mean, the question is always going to be arisen of, are you just picking too many champions away from Infernum to deny their composition being what they want it to be, but forcing yourselves into almost solely disengage? And that's where the Callista comes into play once again. So Braum Callista as the bottom lane is actually now essential to Sin and their team fighting, because though they have disengage everywhere with the Trundle, with the Gragas, with Braum to an extent on the ultimate, they actually still have engage. So Sin are putting together the optimal composition.
Well, Infernum just added a heck of a lot of CC and area control with the Anivia and the Nautilus now being picked up. Actually don't mind Nautilus into the old Trundle just because you have the shield as well, so it's not necessarily you're going to get subjugated to death, but still going to be a problem come late game as you are going to be that super tank. See whether Chippies just becomes unkillable in team fights or how they're going to play this one out. Now Sin to round things out. Rymeister's pick. What is it going to be? It's going to be Lysandra actually for the mid lane. So lots of CC heavy compositions here on both sides of the rift. We're looking to see some team fights this game.
Definitely team fighting, and that is one thing that will stand out the most between both of these teams is Sin. They need to step up with their team fighting. Infernum definitely with the powerful champions. Still need to bridge the gap towards late game though with their team fighting. So it's about what time of the game do both of these teams fight. Sin, they can fight early, they can fight mid game, they can still fight late game. Infernum, they can fight early. They've got a Nautilus Echo to kind of bridge that strength. They've got a Anivia to kind of bridge the mid game, but they're still waiting for Anivia and Cogmore to be ridiculous. So they're always looking towards late game team fighting.
Yeah, so Infernum sort of have that security, but we'll see whether Sin are going to be able to scale forward. I mean, I like the icy matchup there in the mid lane, but Lysandra is a little bit more of this AoE champion that wants to be fighting teams, wants to be navigating around fights. We saw Choo Choo's do it fantastically well for Legacy. This is one of the champions that he's excelled on, but it hasn't necessarily been Rymeister's MO. What he's been is like, I want to split push, I want to 1v1 you, I want to go for the sick outplay. Lysandra not necessarily, although she can, of course, do it. She has damaging abilities, but not going to be necessarily what you want to be doing on that champion.
Yeah, but still entirely capable of doing it, as you mentioned, right? So the kit still suits Rymeister. It's just about how you play the Lysandra. Do you go in and do your damage, or do you sit back and split push?
Well, we'll see exactly what happens, and we want to hear from you. Use that hashtag INFWin if you think Infernum are going to be able to pull one back in this best of 3, or use that hashtag SinWin if you believe in the hype, if you believe the Cinderella story, if you think that they are going to be able to pull that one out. I couldn't actually say Cinderella story because it made me feel that dirty. But if you believe in it, make sure you use that hashtag SinWin. Use that hashtag IMOPL as well if you want to tell us off for horrendous puns or just say that something's going badly.
We have committed sin.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm being a bit cynical here. As we are going to move on to Summoner's Rift. Infernum versus Sin for game number 2. I promise that's going to be the last one.
And yeah, we're looking at the Keystone Masters, naturally. No big standouts this time around.
Yeah, everything looking a little bit standard.
Strength of the Ages is the must pick up now for junglers of how quickly you can stack it. Fervor of Battle as well for these two AD carries. So Thunderlord's Anivia may be the only question mark, but it works so well with the QE combo. We're 4 level 6.
Yeah, of course, Thunderlord's on the Morgana there as well, just because your puddle's so good at proccing
Which, yeah, weirdly enough, is absolutely standard.
Yeah.
Powerful puddles.
Power puddle. Love it.
Every 30 seconds.
You can see massive backs, though, coming in from Sin, as they are going to get down their lane swap vision and see whether they can find the optimal lane combination. Lots of wards go down for Infernum, though, as well.
Yeah, and this is the big question mark. Of course, Infernum walking down that middle lane looking to get the lane that they desire, which I'm guessing is the swap, because they're a Cogmore Morgana, and that's not exactly a level 1 that you would want to be a part of.
No.
So, swapping lanes, of course, Sin. The blind match, but also the assumed match because of their wards on the map, are going to find the 2v2.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Sin were seen by the vision of Infernum, but Still, going to move towards the top side of the map. Grab themselves a Gromp there as well, as you saw the Bio-Arcane Barrage doing a heck of a lot of damage. Help take down that neutral camp. And mid-beast, the adorable Pterodactyl in the mid lane. God, I love that skin.
It is a good
So
skin.
cool.
He's going to have a somewhat easy time, honestly, against the Lissandra. Lissandra can be quite oppressive with the Q if you get over-committal to last hits, essentially. But for the most part, this is actually a comfortable lane until maybe the first recall, where you have to question what mid-beast is going to build.
Oh, nice double tap there as he is able to hit that level 2 power spike, but Grandmaster answers back nicely. The trade is going to be almost completely even.
Funnily enough, mid-beast probably should have just hit an auto attack and procced his Thunderlords and not looked for an even trade, actually looked for a favorable one. But instead, hits the E, goes for more damage and cancels one auto and pays for it.
Unfortunate. Oh, you can see Infernum able to get to lane a little bit earlier, push this wave forward, grab that level 2. A little bit quicker than Sin. So once again, Stealthix and Yuzuki doing work in this lane. See whether they can command it, because this game, very different from the last one, because a lot of the late game is now resting on Stealthix and what he can do on this Kog'Maw as Juves. He understands that. He's heading towards the top side of the map.
He's about to find them too.
Yeah, nice body slam onto Yuzuki as Stand Behind Me comes in for Rogue. Able to at least proc the passive as they're waiting for that black shield. Flash going to be used. Yuzuki understood that there was kill threat.
Yeah, they actually bait him out to using the spells. Not too much to commit to here if you were Juves, level 2, so can't actually bop him with the W. But in saying that, they still get a big summoner out of a lane that was looking for the swap originally. Now have to play a little bit more defensively.
Yeah, thankfully for Infernum, it's not on the Kog'Maw, so he can still play a little bit further up. Does have the black shield available that Yuzuki can use from range. Voidu is going to come out. Stealthix now. Not leveling the Q, of course, as you generally do on Kog'Maw. We'll see whether he does ever level it. Or just waits until he has to.
Well, it's always an interesting question, right? Because around the level 4 mark, do you value wave clear more than you value just having an extra spell for damage? And base damages start to look a little bit more favorable for you if you're a Kog'Maw.
Yeah, having an extra button's always fun.
Yeah, in saying that, I'd never put it above level 1 until you had to, because you value E so much more highly as a Kog'Maw for the wave clear.
Yeah, and of course the utility. I mean, it lowers the cooldown, and you want to be slowing people down, especially when you are that Kog'Maw. So definitely do like it. Rogue hanging around in this brush, looking for a possible Winter's Bite. Stealthix. Oh, the Unbreakable. But I believe Stealthix still got that one as Rogue now actually taken down to about 300 health. Stealthix kiting around quite nicely here as Cardred loses a bunch as well. Bio-Arcane Barrage is a broken ability, just flat out. It just does a heck of a lot of damage.
Oh, yeah, look, I think Kog'Maw's pretty good at the moment. So,
That's
definitely.
just silly.
It did a fair chunk of damage.
Wow,
These two are out of
shitterpiece.
mana. So, honestly, those two hitting each other is absolutely worth nothing.
Slight advantage here for the Trundle. It's able to pick up some extra farm. Jack Attack always going to have a wealth of CC. Always going to be relevant.
Chippies was smart. He teleport bottom onto a minion and stop. Oh, wow.
Oh, there's the body slam. The flash from Juice to follow, but doesn't actually quite find it onto Stealthix here as Yuzuki's going to get slowed down. One more auto is going to land a stun. No flash to speak of as First Blood goes down for Cardred. Takes a turret shot. Voidoo's is there, but not enough follow-up. Jack Attack had the teleport, but he had no mana, like you said.
Yeah, absolutely. Jack got greedy and stayed for an extra wave. He hadn't recalled, and you can see him bottom.
Look at that flash from Juice.
Yeah, so that was good from Juice, and it was good from Yuzuki to spell shield Stealthix, but he didn't get out himself because he had no flash, because they forced that earlier at level 2 when Juice showed up. So ganking the right lane from Juice, very good decision making and communication between his bottom lane and himself.
And I also would like to say that kudos, Juves, you bent the belly, and I liked it. So hopefully.
Just didn't bop him with the belly, you know?
Yeah, he didn't bop
There
him,
was
but I
shield
mean
there.
it's hard to bop it when there's a shield.
Give him a 6 out of 10, do it again.
Yeah, no, well, hopefully we will see some more bopping with belly variety from Juves. Because we've said that now so many times that it's stopping making sense.
Well, the weird thing is Gragas has more than one bop. There's like a belly bop and a keg bop.
Yeah,
And it's really hard to differentiate sometimes.
the barrel bop. Right, Stealthix towards the bottom side of the map now. Opting in to switch up this lane.
Jack Attack just says, all right, I'll head back top, as he generally does. More than happy just to facilitate his team.
Yeah, so this is Infernum not wanting to be in the 2v2, as they never did want to be in the first place, and it will be met and matched by Sin. But in saying that, they've still managed to get there quicker and more efficiently because they're the ones putting it into effect. And as such, they've found themselves somewhat ahead in farm. And with a bit of control in that lane, honestly, even in the 2v2, they were alright. It was just when Juice showed up.
You can see Rymeister actually taking a fair bit of damage from that Glacial Storm.
Level 7 is a dangerous time to be against an Anivia, based on how much damage the E does as well.
Yeah, true. Seb actually going to get discovered by Rogue here. Might actually get the stun. Seb does have to run away from the Braum.
Gets the ping. Seb's going to be happy with that. And of course, just continuing the jungle, as Echo does once at level 6. If you can't get a gank off at level 3.
Yep, just farm it up. We'll see whether he is going to be able to affect the map, of course. Every Echo, apart from Impaired's, I believe, hasn't actually quite found the success that it wants in the OPL so far. And we'll see whether Seb can be number 2 to gather that one. But so far, Sin, about a 300 gold lead. You can see Chippy's now with the Subjugate available, but behind a little bit on the farm. So we have gone back to standard lanes completely.
Yeah, the difference between top laners is a non-factor at the moment. The one question mark is the stylistic differences. Of course, going for a Stirrups Gauge this time around instead of stacking armor. As we saw in the last one with the Frozen Fist.
Yeah.
And just feigning ganks, I guess, most importantly.
Yeah, that was actually very cute. Rymeister able to take down this pink ward, as Juice was just there to protect him if anything was to happen.
Yeah.
Sin, once again, I mean, this has been something this series that Sin has been controlling quite well, and that is vision across the map, especially in the enemy jungle. Game number 1, of course, Juice always in there, always getting that trackers in to try and pick up all of those wards. We saw Midbeast not take the little sentinels there as well, which
to
is a
put
big
it
deal.
simply, without vision, you can't gank someone, right? Like, you just don't know if you can. As Chippy's is actually ulted Juice's in, and just...
His explosive cask is going to get flashed out of the way of the belly bop there as he manages to nail the ultimate, but the flash from Chippy's, he's looking to try and eat this guy as Seb's in there. Parallel convergence is down, and Juves unable to lock down that kill. So nice flash from Jack Attack, but the explosive cask was questionable from Juice, you have to say.
Yeah, it just wasn't good enough, to be perfectly honest with you. It's unfortunate that he did miss it, and that was the difference between Jack Attack living or dying. To be plain and simple there. Unfortunate again, that's all I can really call it.
Going for the serious overthink, do you think?
Well, it's almost like the compensation. So if Jack were to flash, he was getting knocked back, right? But he didn't need to do that because he was in range to use the body slam. He had the positional advantage.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure he would have gotten assist.
It was odd, is what it was. But we shall see.
It's one of those things, though. Like, if you do it, you look like a genius. And if you don't, you've made a mistake. In this case, he made a mistake.
The Mad Life situation.
Absolutely.
Predicting Jukes. But they are going to be able to lock themselves down. Harold. Here at 10 minutes into the game. Chippy's just tanking that one up for a very long time. He's going to be able to grab that buff for himself. So heading back to base. Empowered Recall. Looks like he's going to be building that Tiamat first. There it is.
That was actually quite good of Sin to give it to the Trundle. Mostly because Juves didn't need to recall. He just came back as well. Gives him the speed boost. Lets him get back to lane quicker and not use the teleport, which means it's available for ganks anytime soon.
Yeah, and gives Chippies the pushing power here against the Nautilus as well. So do like that one a lot. Cardred, you get a cheeky auto attack into Stealthic Series. Not too worried about it. Oh, Fate's Call comes out though.
In.
Yeah, the flash is going to be gained here from Stealthic. Slowed down as well as Rymeister comes through. Level 9 now after he picks up that kill. Cardred actually going to grab the credit as a Cathian surprise. Not so surprising and not going to find any kills onto the members of Sin. So nice kill for these players. And looks like another day in the office here for Sin Gaming.
Very effective work from Rymeister in particular. I was curious and I was questioning why Chippies was teleporting in there. The kill threat was quite low, given Cardred's ultimate was not able to connect with Rogue. But in saying that, Rymeister comes in and has the teleport advantage in this middle lane, so there was no way for Midbeast to match it. Gets himself the Rod of Ages at 11 minutes, and Rymeister's very happy.
Once again, accelerated Rymeister there in the mid lane seems to be the story for Sin and their success that they've managed to find.
See whether he's going to be able to carry it through to the late game because, of course, like you mentioned, only 11 minutes in, and it's only a 1,000 gold lead. But still, Sin looking like they have control. They've invested in the vision. They've got it all up the river. Know exactly what's going on.
Jack has no wards.
Oh dear, it's the prey on Jack attack story once again.
This means that like if Juice is patient, he will find minions stack under this turret.
Well, Chippy's actually already tanking this one as the explosive cast comes in. There's the double knock-up onto both members of Sin as Jack able to get the grasp of the Undying. Oh my goodness, he's lasted so long, but Juves is going to fall. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Seb's able to pick that one up.
I honestly feel frustrated for them because Chippy's pillar stopped Juves' body slam.
Oh no.
Just plain and simple, just stopped him in his place and prevented the kill. So Juves uses the flash to get back in and secure a kill at all, because that would have been the second time that they struck disaster trying to gank that lane. And instead they trade needlessly.
Oh dear.
It's just, really, it hurts me for them.
On Sin's behalf, Rusty is a little bit upset. But still managed to get the kill, so going even is fine. Bit of extra CS lost on the side of Infernum, as Chippies was still alive, able to shove that wave through. So I guess in the end, possibly a net gain for Sin.
Yeah, it is. Like, it's still...
But yeah, no, I was clutching at straws.
It's still okay. It's just one of those things. You'd never communicate as a Trundle and Juice. You'd never say, like, oh, I'm going to pillar here, like, so that you don't have to body slam it. Like, that never happens. In fact, he was just using the pillar to block him. I'm pretty sure. Even if the pillar didn't block him, Juice was not in range, so I don't know.
Yeah. A little bit of an unfortunate situation, but of course we do know that Infernum looking to try and scale. They now have the Rage Blade on Stealthix, so that first spike has been hit from the Cogmore.
That's pretty big.
You can see, yep, doing a little bit more damage, especially AoE to these minions.
And considering that they wanted to lane swap, they're still standard. They've still got the same amount of farm, even though 2 kills have gone to Kardred. So Stealthix doing well to keep up with at least the CS. There's nothing he can do about those kills that have been given.
Yeah, and actually just waiting in, not wanting to continue stacking that Rage Blade. Values trying to freeze this lane as effectively as possible over having that 8 stacks permanently, which I tunnel on if I ever play Cogmore.
That's the OG Quincy's though.
Yeah.
When everything kept it stacked, not just auto attack.
Oh, Jack Attack actually taking a lot of damage here from Chippies, who's got that Titanic Hydra. He's hurting now on this Trundle. He's just smacking him with his baseball bat. Jack Attack able to get some CC down, and there's the ultimate as well as Seb's making his way in. Chippies with the Subjugate, though, very tanky. As you can see, he's getting so much health back from Jack Attack. This is the problem. This is what Jack's able to do most of the time on the Trundle. It's just 1v2 after you get to this point.
Chippies hit a point there where if he got over-aggressive, he could have probably fought them. And speaking of over-aggressive, guess who's bottom?
Yes,
and a teleport.
Back again. 4 members of Sin now towards the bottom side of the map. Glacial Path going to be used to take Yuzuki out of the equation. Now Stealthix able to turret underneath this one, actually. It's a bit of a double turret situation now as Rogue able to tank up the turret for as long as possible. They delete the Cogmore in the end. There's 5 members strong. Actually, 4 members strong, moving towards the bottom side of the map here for Sin.
Oh, mid-beast.
The wall, not quite enough there from mid-beast as
awkward.
Chippies just get slowed down a little bit on the way out.
I mean, yeah, look, Infernum, they respond, but it's too little too late.
Whoa, jungle off.
Never mind. One person does respond, Seb. Stepping up for his team where necessary, and honestly, he's got a lot of stepping up to do to continue this game going in a positive direction for them. Now 2-0.
Yeah. Nice.
I mean, again, this comes back to not having teleport on your mid laner. Roameister just walked down, and sure, that means mid-beast had time to walk down. But the top laner teleports this time and gets there early, and they just straight dive. Mid-beast was not there. If he had teleport, maybe it would have been. He hasn't used Ignite yet. And then he walled himself off and just put his ultimate on a wall.
Not good news.
Because that was all he could reach then.
The other thing as well is that Sin, not only do they manage to grab 2 kills towards the bottom side of the map, they also fill the jungle with vision. So now, Infernum, everything that they do in the bottom side jungle on their side of the map is going to be telegraphed.
That's the best thing, is they didn't even just put vision, they reset the vision.
Yeah.
Is the only reason that they could teleport in on Chippies, there was a ward at Krugs that he just straight went to and dove them. So Sin, they're very much on the ball with what they want to do, whatever the strategy may be. Whether it's setting up for a gank bottom, translating to Dragon. Doesn't matter, they will still set up for it effectively.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Sin now moving towards this Dragon. Grab the Rift Scuttler, as well as pull this Dragon out of the pit. The secure of this Callista is definitely going to be there. Sin, I have no doubt, will be able to secure this one. So Dragon number 1 here at 17 minutes into the game is going to be going to Sin Gaming. Chippies continues to fight Jack Attack.
Yeah, that's a very late first Dragon. So in regards to trying to hit the 5th Dragon, unlikely,
No.
to say the least for Sin. It's now a contingency plan if things get bad. They can back it up with that Dragon, but until such a stage, they are in complete control.
If enough time goes by to get to 5th Dragon, will it even be enough for Sin? Because they'll have like max power, Anivia, and Kog'Maw on the other side of the Rift.
Who knows?
Yeah.
We'll have to see what happens before we get to that stage, and that is a long time away. Until such a time, every lane of Sin is winning again.
Oh, yeah. And it has been, I think, I'm looking at Chippies here. Because this guy's had some interesting performances in the OPL. But just recently, it's been on Chippies a lot of the time as far as this massive improvement from Sin is concerned.
Yeah.
It's like he's almost found his way back in, you know? Rogue Hurler Convergence is down. Seb was looking to try and get something done as Body Slam is going to get Juves away from the Dark Binding. Seb just wanting to put the pressure on towards the bottom side, protect this turret. Inferno most definitely on the back foot there.
Yeah, Inferno are defensive right now, and Juves actually is doing the right thing by showing himself in this lane. It's not always a good idea to show yourself on the map at all as a jungler, but because he knows that Seb has to respond, he pushes forward aggressively, and they will poke at this turret.
Yeah, the ultimate's used. Nice chrono break there from Seb to get himself out of any knock-up from the ultimate out of Rogue.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Look what's happening, top.
Oh, dear. Jack Attack. Oh, flashing real cute, but Chippies is going to answer that one, chomp him to death. And Nautilus is going to get 1v1 by the Trundle.
And not only that, what happened mid was Rymeister didn't have to rotate. Just used the teleport if Mid Beast went in and cancelled it and decided to push mid instead. And now Mid Beast has returned back to his rightful place. Sin continued to push. There was no Echo ultimate available. And it's just slow pressure. And slowly but surely, they are getting the map from him.
Yeah, and now 19 minutes into the game, they are extending this gold lead. It is almost up to that 5,000 point like it was in game number 1. And Sin looking systematic in their play around the map. Just, it seems like this is very similar to watching the Chiefs last year, where the lanes just win. And Juves is now getting a whole lot better at facilitating these winning lanes in order to try and get them even further ahead.
Well, that's all he has to do, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't need to be hyper-aggressive or accelerate the lead by any means. It is organically accelerating itself. So they're doing well here, Sin. And this does feel like it's an entirely different and near revitalized roster on the back of laning phase going well. And it's such a fundamental thing, right?
Yeah.
It's a very simple thing to do, but once you get it down, it's so hard for teams to beat you with it.
You can see Chippy's eating himself. Big Raptor. Sentinels now plowing their way through defensively for Sin.
They're just playing good League of Legends.
They
It's
are.
just the easiest way to describe it.
And Rymeister towards the bottom side. They've got the vision available set up for him. Mid Beast is going to come in, clear out all of these minions, but it's just a lot of pressure, and they don't have the wave clear in the mid lane anymore.
Yeah, and he's still behind 40 CS, and this is the thing. Rymeister's got the split push option, whether the teleport's there or not. And even when he does have the teleport available to him, someone has to answer Rymeister. And if they're going to send Mid Beast down, they're missing their wave clear in the middle lane. They're missing their protection of objectives and turrets. And they start to lose more and more because of this. If they show their heads in mid lane Infernum, there's the option that Rymeister teleports in as well, and Mid Beast can't answer.
Oh, Jack Attack caught in rotation here as Chippies and Juves just going to pin him against multiple walls. Big knock up there from Jack as Infernum have found their way over. Cardred now off to the side. Fates calls his support. He's going to save his life for now. Infernum haven't lost a member just yet, though.
They could actually get a kill.
Yeah, they're looking for it as Juves. He's going to die. Sacrificial lamb of the jungler as Stealthix picks up his first one of the game, I believe.
Yeah, rule of thumb, don't engage on the Nautilus with everything you have when his team is nearby. Because no matter how far ahead or behind the Nautilus is, you have a very hard time killing said Nautilus. And that's where Sin go wrong.
just takes a lot of time.
Exactly, and it took a lot of resources. Trundle ultimate, Gragas ultimate to disengage the rest of the team and just continue to chase him.
Yeah. Well, Infernum now just going to siege towards the mid lane. Rymeister uses that claw, but just to clear out the minion wave as Seb. Now at the Black Shield, but tanks a lot of damage, and Sin able to clear this one out. Winter's Bite doesn't land as Rymeister's going to try and find his way in. Nice Dark Binding from Yuzuki is going to stop the Lissandra in her tracks, and Sin can't find the re-engage, but no turret to fall down here on the side of Infernum.
And this is still a good team composition out of Infernum. You can see the pick potential they have between a Morgana and an Anivia, even the Echo to an extent.
Yeah.
They just have had such a hard time getting to this point in the game.
And I guess it's another story of, you know, sacrificed laning phase for team comp, but now that they've got to this 23-minute mark-ish, do you think it's going to be like, they are behind, yes, but is their team comp going to now possibly get themselves back to a position of power?
It's just outright unlikely. I mean, they're banking on big missed positions or big mistakes decision-making wise from Sin. Because if they continue the 1-3-1, sooner or later someone will falter, and Sin can capitalize on that. But until such a point, yeah, Infernum's team composition could basically pull the CLG EU.
They got the
Just
right
sit back.
champions.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to sit back and farm and let Sin come to them and make these mistakes that we've just seen from them.
Yeah, I guess the story's going to be, I mean, is the ZZ-Rob portal and Banner of Command going to be enough out of Jack Attack to stop the ridiculous split-pushing power of this Trundle? Because you have a feeling that Chippies is probably not going to want to be with the team for most of this game. He just wants to be in a side lane, securing all of that farm and all of those turrets for his team.
Well, the answer is likely no. And can it stop it? Trundle does quite well actually dealing with these items that Jack Attack will be building. The Rot Portal will die at least quickly. It's not like a Nautilus pounding away at a Rot Portal. It takes about a minute to kill one.
So long.
He can handle it quite well. The wave clear with the Titanic Hydra's there. I mean, there's still a lot that Chippies has to offer, and sooner or later, Jack Attack cannot phase him.
Well, Banner of Command, of course, doesn't do too much either just because of the physical damage, so I
He
like
likely
it.
won't go for Banner of Command. I think it should be Morgana that does.
Okay.
And then put that into the lane where Rymeister's splitting, if he is splitting.
We can see Jack Attack now answering the split towards the bottom side of the map, but at least keeping the Trundle off the turret for now. It's not quite at that stage yet. New Beast now able to get in here, clear out the minions, slow things down. They have successfully slowed the game, have Infernum. The Sin haven't been able to find too much just recently, and it's only 3-6. 5,000 gold in the lead is Sin.
Yeah, and just keep your eyes on the gold as well, because it could stay at 5,000 for a long period of time. It comes down to what can Sin do that is proactive, and what they have done already is slowly set their way up into this. The first step is by putting Chippy's bottom, unlocks Baron control.
Yeah, true. Both of these top laners do have that teleport available. Blue buff is going to be contested here by Sin. As it is going to be Juves that picks that one up, I believe. Midbeast, of course, doesn't have it.
Yep, and that's the second step. You're against an Anivia, control blue buff. So they put Chippy's bottom. They understand Baron's the focal point, but also the blue buff is the big deal on stopping an Anivia from sieging. The second one is having the buffed up Baron minions so that she can't outright kill them.
Seb actually looking to try and grab Rymeister here as he has used the flash. Will get himself to safety. Stealth thinks he wanted to aggressively flash after that one, but decides to hold on to the summon spell.
Like ADA.
Yeah, exactly. Needs that one to protect it as Chippy's going to find Jack once again in rotation. Dredgeline,
Attack speed.
not even going to be used, but yeah, it's that ridiculous ground that he puts down. Real silly, and Rymeister actually going to be able to grab this turret. He's going to fall down and he's going to head back to base, and it's just really good control of the map. Able to pick up all of the objectives that Sin want to. Now ballooning that advantage to about 7,000.
Yeah. Infernum need to make something happen, and they don't really have the means to do so. So honestly, Infernum are just watching it happen, and what they need to make happen is forced errors out of Sin. So maybe next time Rymeister goes top lane, we know he doesn't have teleport. Is that an error? Because the tower's going to fall up there anyway, but if we kill members on the opposite side of the map, where Sin are pushing mid lane, they can capitalize.
Yeah.
But at this stage, until they do that, they're just falling further and further behind. I mean, look at the CS in mid lane.
Yeah,
Look at the
again.
control that Chippies has over Jack Attack. So many things are just going in the opposite direction than Infernum 1.
Well, looks like Seb actually wanted to go full carry mode. Abyssal Scepter is his third item. Has the Iceborne Gauntlet. So a bit of extra utility here for the Echo, but realizes that, you know, he's Seb. He's the carry. He's ahead by a lot of jungle camps. He's 2-0-1. Feeling a lot of pressure.
Seb is the heart of this team right now, and even in the drafting, I feel like this Echo is going to be important.
Yeah.
The Anivia is just facilitating. The Cogmore's... Hang on, Cardred.
Yeah, Riptide down here as there's the ultimate. Jack Attack might be a little bit too far away from his team, though, as Cardred is going to be safe for now. The flash actually over the wall as Jack Attack's tanking up the turret. It's going to continue doing damage as the ult's going to help out there from Rymeister. Jack falls down. Nice stun onto Rogue, but Seb's in trouble. And Sin have been able to rotate just in time. Chippy's stayed in the bottom lane, though. He might be able to grab himself a turret.
Be a turret. And I don't want to rain on Sin's parade, but it continues to happen with Juice, and now potentially Rogue. They just keep getting caught on making mechanical errors, and it's slowing down the pace of this game. Juice just outright missed his ultimate again over a flash, aiming for a very weird member.
Strange stuff. But of course, they do manage to at least win the trade, grab themselves the inner turret.
It's still good, so everything is still going in the right way for Sin. Even this is very cute and potentially effective, knowing that the 80 carry of Infernum is the one to answer this. So we'll see if they both pull the trigger. Level 16 and ults. You win this round, Butterfly.
Yeah. Oh, that's cute. Now they're out of vision. They could even move into the jungle. Cute. But no.
They did just have a fight. We've got a turret, so I would imagine item buy time.
Yep, not going to be greedy. Mercurial Scimitar now completed by Cardred, though, so not going to get too worried about this Nautilus unless he does just throw down the ultimate. 3-0-2 for the AD carry for Sin as well, so having a pretty good game. 2-0-2 for Rymeister there in the mid lane, and it's really been the story of Rymeister, and once again, he's picking up a new champion. Like, Lysandra, definitely a normal pick, but he was looking for it here as mid-beast going to get ulted and egged. As it is going to be Cardred probably locking that one down. Juice decides that he deserves the kill. The Stealthix is just going to be whacked by the Winter's Bite.
And Sin, they make another pick. It was the teleport of Rymeister this time that sets them up for it, having that Home Guards passive, and makes it that much harder with Anivia dead to defend objectives. Unlikely that they even can.
Yeah, well, this is just going to get eaten as Chippy's able to chomp on it. Actually not able to chomp on it, but Rogue actually tanking a lot of damage from Stealthix here, who's now walking over the Glacial Fissure. Just hits him with the Living Artillery. Easy peasy. Infernum grab one back. See whether it is going to be enough here as Cardred has to deal with Seb, who does have the Chrono Break. He's going to save himself for now. But Sin still able to control the field of battle.
Yeah, and this is the only reason that Infernum made a pick like that is because they sent Rymeister bot lane. The turret was already dead, so they didn't necessarily need to send Rymeister bottom. Infernum, they make a pick, but they still lose the turret for it. And everything that Sin's doing, though they're winning this game and though they are miles ahead of Infernum, it still feels like it's just not perfect this time around.
No, not quite. But mid-beast will be able to get himself a blue buff. That is a big deal. And now they're looking just to turtle.
My glasses just decided they didn't want to be on my head. That was weird.
Just getting out of here. They're like, oh, well, it's probably a Sin win. They just want to leave.
I'd like to see what happens anyway.
Well, I certainly think that this game has a lot more in it. Of course, Infernum, if they can stall this one out, there is certainly opportunity. They have been able to win some fights, especially game number 1. We'll see whether they can get this Cogmore to that ridiculous position. We saw Radier do it in his game against Trident.
Braum is such a good pick into Anivia.
Yeah.
Like, the door just stops everything. Sin. They've got teleport on Chippies. This is pretty easy for them to do with the vision they've set up. Infernum, they may know, but they can't get there to stop it.
Yeah, the Rymeister zone. Frost Queen's claim is going to come out.
Here's
But
Seb,
Sinner
though.
committing. Yeah, Seb able to walk out of the way. There's the teleport. Doubles coming in from the top laners.
Rymeister is making his way around as well. Seb's just going to get destroyed. Mid-beast now slowed down completely as Rymeister flashes over after not getting the Glacial Path. That was a little bit unfortunate. Just blows the ultimate onto Jack Attack, who gets huge knockups. Stealthix! Look at this Cogmore go, just chomping through everyone. Chippies is going to get exhausted. It's a double kill already as Rymeister uses the Zhonya's. Black Shield is there, though he might be able to get the Stealthix! Pentakill for Stealthix! Massive damage from the Cogmore!
I have absolutely no idea what Sin were thinking. And then again, I have said this all game, it comes down to mechanical execution. And that's where Sin falter. Stealthix comes up massive and gets 2 rotations of his W down and just destroys them by standing still.
That was a tack move at its finest.
Like, I really want to see this replay as well because Rymeister is like the sole reason it went poorly as well. Just look at the other side. Okay, watch Rymeister.
Oh dear. Oh, then it gets dredge line.
I mean, everything that could go wrong went wrong in that moment because Stealthix had the perfect position. And yes, Yuzuki's Black Shield onto Stealthix was a big deal. Rymeister comes back in. Stealthix gets the shield again, presses W, and this is just where the magic happens, right? Like, the Hurricane is ridiculous. The angle that the Hurricane connects on targets whilst it's being thrown out is obnoxious. Well done, though, to Stealthix and Yuzuki in particular.
Yeah, really nicely played. Now has himself that QSS, so not as worried about Rymeister either, as Rogue might be caught out. The wall allows Sin to escape rather easily. Frost Queen's claim is going to slow them down, but Juves and Rogue do make it out. Parallel Convergence comes in. Seb able to lock down the stun, or close to, as Rogue was able to utilize.
But like, what is Sin doing there, though? Like, in that particular position, Infernum, they're doing very well to pick them off. They force a flash out of Rogue. But was that flash even necessary to be used? Like, you've got someone bot lane with teleport who's not there, and you're over-aggressive just placing vision. Just let it happen. Pick the Cogmore.
Well, Rymeister's trying to do exactly that as Stealthix. He's just going to ult himself. Does Rymeister? Massive body slam from Juves. That was huge. The shutdown comes in. No more pentakills for Stealthix as Cardred. He's going to take down Jack Attack. It's a triple for Rymeister. Seb now limping away from the battlefield. And Infernum, they managed to get the pentakill in the last team fight, but Sin don't make the mistake again, and they may be able to take an inhibitor.
Rymeister hits the engage this time around. Did not miss the claw, and just like that, look at the difference that it makes in these team fights. Sin come up huge on the back of a mistake from their team fighting, yes, but they consolidate. They don't slow down with their aggression. They still pick the right fight. They take out the Cogmore that had all of the kills, and this will be the 2-0.
Yeah, really nicely done. Sin are going to be able to take down the Nexus. Yuzuki trying his very best at the end of this one to stave off the Sin lineup, but all 5 members smack down the base, and that's going to be the 2-0 victory. Sin continuing what is a fantastic couple of weeks for the team. So that's 2 weeks in a row, Super Week included. The last 3 matches that they've played, they've been able to come up victorious, and that is, once again, equal with the Chiefs and with the head-to-head.
Absolutely. So Sin, they had a great Super Week, but they did back it up effectively this time, so well done to them.
Really nicely done, and unfortunate for Infernum, but we are going to break down that game over at the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Atlas. That is a 2-0 for Sin Gaming, meaning that they are still above the Chiefs on the ladder and now chasing the Direwolves for that second place. They're only 1 game behind, I believe, actually equal on wins right now, potentially.
Yep.
So we'll see whether they're able to get that going, but I do want to take another look at this game because that was a little bit better on the execution front, I feel, for Sin.
Oh my gosh, so much better. Okay, Sin, thank you. I've been sated. That was the macro play that I wanted to see out of them. I want to talk about initially the mid lane matchup and then the lane swap that happened. So mid lane matchup is Anivia versus Lissandra. Anivia takes the Ignite. We kind of talked about it in the other room, you know. Maybe a little bit of a questionable call on the Summoner spell there.
So I really like Ignite on Anivia, but you have to play aggressively with your Ignite. Anivia has surprisingly high amount of kill potential for a control mage.
Amazing base
she has
stats.
so many, yeah, exactly. Has so much good base damage. But if you don't get aggressive with your summoner, you might as well have taken a different summoner, and that's the issue there.
The way I treat mid lane is actually there is no such thing as a 1v1 mid lane. It's do you win the 2v2? Because if you go aggressive, you're always going to draw gang pressure, right? And I just don't think that Anivia Echo beats out Lissandra Gragas. I think that they have too much kiteability, too much ways to navigate that team fight. I don't really think you're ever going to blow someone up, especially once level 6 hits. And I feel that that is like the first 3 level summoner spell. It's like, I'm either going to win this game at level 1, 2, or 3, or we're going to peace out.
So you have a discrepancy there because you have the teleport on Rhymeister, and Rhymeister makes use of this teleport beautifully. We're in the room, we were watching it. As soon as we saw the level 6 from Callista and Braum and the level 6 from Lissandra, immediately Rhymeister forces out the waves, they place the ward behind, the teleport comes down, and again, it's just playing a numbers disadvantage. And it was beautiful too because the lane swap was tried by Infernum trying to get their Kog'Maw into the late game, because you look at the core of these compositions. The core of Sin's comp is going to be around Lissandra, Gragas, and Callista. So that's going to be a mid-game power spike. You're looking for 2 items effectively. The core of Infernum's composition is entirely Anivia and Kog'Maw, and effectively just creating a zone for him. So you're looking for late game. So the fact that they matched the lane swap to make sure that Kog'Maw wouldn't be able to get a free pass towards that late game, I think put them on the right foot. And then just every time they saw where Seb was on the map, constantly you would see Rhymeister disappear into Fog of War, look for the teleport, and it was just beautifully executed, particularly on the bot side of the map from that Lissandra.
I will say, though, I feel like the mid-game from Sin was a little sloppier in this game than it was in the last one. Game 1, they won their lanes, they just got to mid-game and started snowballing, and Juves had a good amount of pressure on Rek'Sai. His Gragas is good. We've seen him play it last week and look absolutely amazing. But the Gragas was definitely left wanting.
Did
just
you
because
say execution?
Yeah, so I feel like they didn't team fight nearly as well, right? Like, 'cause yes, they're playing the map well, but they did not fight nearly as well as I've seen them.
Hey, I think if you give up a pentakill, you're not executing well in team fights, especially when you're 7,000 gold ahead. So, I certainly agree that there were some hiccups. The other thing I want to talk about is kind of this Osh ARAM. And the fact that even though Sin play like the early game and late game very, very well, they kind of have this point in the mid game where they still don't know what to do. You got double teleports, you got wards in jungle. Why run into Anivia Cog, Frosker? And answer that question for me.
Don't do it. You're absolutely right. They did the wrong thing. So Sin lost so much momentum and so much time. They spent about 5 to 7 minutes kind of sitting in the mid lane, running into Rageblade and Anivia, who are just going to wave clear. But the thing is they attempted to do the right thing. If we all remember when Juves died to Nautilus because he chased deep, that was the right play. They invade, they're pressuring side lanes, they're trying to catch people cheating through the jungle, as Jake likes to say, and make a pick there, but they chose the wrong target, they missed their abilities, and it was an execution issue. And I think after that, they were a little bit timid, like, oh, we lost there, we lost a lot of our things, so they kept trying to push it into the mid lane, but eventually they kind of reset it, played the side waves. Stop pushing into Anivia. I'm like trying to find my camera. Stop pushing into Anivia and Kog'Maw. Get out of the mid lane. Like, you're just wasting time. You're stalling the game. That's exactly where they want to be. It's just going to be a farm lane.
So, in the end, it is Sin that does pick up the 2-0, but maybe some more questions asked than really answered this time around. But don't go anywhere, guys. Next matchup is the OPL Legend match. It is going to be Legacy versus Hellions. You're not going to want to miss it. Welcome back to the OPL, where we just saw Sin 2-0 Infernum. I am still Jake Spawn Tiberi, joined on the desk by Pastry Time Froskerin and a Timo, who I believe has been doing some measuring.
He has. I did actually help answer the Twitter question that someone had before. What's the distance in Timo's? For the analyst, it's apparently 4 Timo. So thank you, Timo, for helping me out. And there's your answer.
And Captain Timo always on duty right there in the right-hand corner, so helping us out a little bit on the desk. But we do have another best of 3 coming your way. It is the OPL Legend match between Legacy and Infernum. So let's just jump straight into that one. On the blue side of the rift, it is the undefeated team, who is actually right now just damn terrifying. It is Legacy, Tally in the top lane, Carbon in the jungle, Choo-Choo's in the mid lane. It's your boy King and Regret down there in the bottom lane. And this is a team that I just love watching so much, but they will be going up against the other team in Oceania with a gaming house. It is the Hellions on the red side of the rift. Ryu, their captain and top laner. Cookies in the jungle. Bomb, their mid laner. Frey and Denian down there in the bottom lane. This, on paper, is a mismatched game. In the past, we have seen this executed, and Legacy ran over the top of Hellions. However, I want to go back to the P word, Froskerin. This potential that we hear so much about from Hellions. Are they ever going to arrive? Is this the best we've got? What do you make of it?
Frankly, I think that this is the best that we've seen from the Hellions. Everyone wants to talk about, like it's just execution. They're in a slump. Potential is there. I think they've capped. They have one play style, and it's a split push play style. And until they can learn to do something else, they're just going to continue to crumble.
But I want to go away from that, because against Infernum last week, even though they lost 2-0, they didn't try and play split push. They played 2 tanky top laners and tried to group up. Is that not a good sign for the team? Is their draft a little bit better now? Like, what did you make of that? Because that was a big change.
But I still feel like they were unsure about where they needed to be. You still saw the tendency from Ryu to go for that split push, even though he was on a tanky top laner. So I still think it's a larger issue until they're so mechanically talented. Like, don't take away from this that the Hellions don't have the ability to have top tier players, because they do on a 1v1 basis. But right now, the current meta is so structure focused. It's so map focused, which I'm sure we're going to talk about a lot since I'm on the desk. And the Hellions don't know how to play it. They have one play style. It gets countered out a lot. Ryu gets targeted a lot. And unfortunately, until they can become more versatile, this is their cap. They are a mid-tier, mediocre OPL team.
I mean, I think I agree in some respects, but Hellions have definitely been inconsistent. That's the easiest way to explain just how up and down they've been, because they've had some good wins and then some really low losses. I think with the way the Hellions play, I agree with Frost that right now it doesn't work that well for the team, but I think they're a team that at this point, given their results, maybe give them a split, see what happens. Assuming they're back for split 2, I think they will show quite a lot of improvement. So I'm not convinced that they're capped just yet, but I think as far as what we've seen from them so far, we'll likely not see too much, given that we're in week 8. So I don't think they get much better, but certainly looking forward, I think they do have room for improvement.
Well, we will see, because I've been speaking to the players. They still want to push for that 4th place spot. They are only 1 game out of it, but they have Legacy, I believe, Sin and Chiefs on the run home, which is just like terrifying when you think about it if you are the Hellions. However, I now want to jump over to the other side of the rift. It is Legacy. They're undefeated right now. The OPL Legends, like, this team, they playing pretty solid, surely, Pastry.
Yeah, and I just love the way Legacy play right now. I think for a lot of the metagame, we saw how important solo laners were, and they have 2 of the best solo laners in the league. Legacy pretty much pivot around Carbon, and then Tally and Choose there in the mid lane. They can both play the flex picks. They love Lulu, they love GP, they love Lysandra as well. Very versatile, deep champion pools, strong individual laners, play well together, and it's just Carbon's aggression. He's able to go to either of those lanes and just push through and get work done. And they just constantly pivot around these strong players.
But I know, Frost, you think that this team might actually be falling into the typical OCE trap, which is, we have the best players now. We actually don't have to worry about this macro game. We can just like head first run into people, start swacking on, and try and take games by brute force. Is that something that Legacy need to watch out for?
Absolutely. Legacy we said it at the kind of the top of the day, is the meta is you should play the map, you shouldn't play your opponent. And Legacy are the #1. Like, if you think I was hard on Hellions, I'm about to go real deep on Legacy. Legacy play their opponents. They know that they're stronger, they know that they're more skilled, and they'll just brute force you. I think it was against Trident that it was a little bit shaky there, that eventually Carbon just had to get everyone kind of grouped up together, and they just made a single pick that won them the game. It should not be that difficult for an undefeated OPL team. And this is why I consistently back that the Chiefs last year are a stronger team than Legacy this year, because Chiefs last year could play macro and micro. And right now, Legacy, their macro is somewhat there, but it's not as consistent and clean as it needs to be. So it's not about how much Legacy win. It's about how they win now.
I agree, but I think they can get there. They're always known for a strong macro play. Carbon is the best type of player to really rally it. I think they've improved a lot given that their roster is surprisingly new and they have this gaming house now. I agree with Frost. I think they're playing surprisingly sloppy for an undefeated team, but I can't imagine moving towards playoffs that they don't get.
But that's
any
my
weaker.
question. Like, they look really good right now. I'm well and truly on board the Legacy hype train, but is it that they can't play macro or that they're not playing macro? Have you
'Cause
seen
they don't
anything
need
there
to, yeah.
that suggests that maybe they can play the map?
Yeah, sometimes they have like really brilliant games, but other times it's just like you can tell, you know, that they're going into it because they know that they're strong. You know, when you watch a player, just like, I know I can beat this guy, I'm just going to sit in the bush and wait and kill him. But the problem is heading into the international stage, like as an undefeated team, everyone always says this, it's so important that teams lose so they understand how to lose and they can bounce back before big important games. If you try to play someone like the Bangkok Titans last year, just play the opponent versus play the map, you'll lose.
Yeah, certainly could be the case. However, guys, I'm seeming that there is a trend that you expect Legacy to come out of this game. I want to know how you think they will. Is it a 2-0? Is it a 2-1? What do you think?
Again, I think it's going to be a 2-0, but the thing that I'm looking for Legacy here is it's so easy to lane swap against Hellions simply because they want that split push. You want to put Ryu down. He's the big key player. I want to see Legacy lane swap. I want to see them play the map. And again, it's so much more important how they win this series than the fact that they do win it.
Yeah, I think Hellions have a tough road to the end of the season, but I think Legacy will 2-0 them here, and I think Hellions will improve kind of as the weeks roll on and the matches get really important.
Well, we will see if that is the case. Before we jump into the game, we actually have a tweet in from Denian that just says, you know, I don't even want to get on Mr. Carbon's wild ride right now. The guy's an absolute freak. We'll see whether that is the case or if Legacy can hit back. We're ready to get onto Summoner's Rift for game number 1 of our OPL Legend match, guys. So here is Atlas and Rusty to get us into game.
Thank you very much, Spawn. I love Denian. He's fantastic. What a tweet.
Yeah, no, he's conceded himself, you know, I'm a new support. I didn't actually want to be playing. I want to be an analyst, and now I'm here. I'm going to have as much fun as I possibly can throughout. And fun he is definitely having. Of course, Denian, honestly one of the most improved as we come into this split. It's a weird thing to say, but definitely accurate so far.
Won himself some MVPs as well. MVPs, being able to pick them up at home. So nicely played from Denian. His Alistair was fantastic that 1 week. Of course, his Janna has seen bans. Not necessarily because he's so good at the champion, but because he just likes to pick it into basically everything ever. And now that we've got the Gragas back, I mean, Janna Gragas, another thing, he actually decided not to pick that champion up and went for the Braum, I believe, in one of their comps last week. But we'll see what he's going to be playing this time around, whether he's just going to be escaping Carbon's wild ride the entire time. But Legacy banning away the Alistair, lots of respect.
Absolutely, and so they should be, of course. Alistair, Braum, Janna, you know, 3 of the very strong champions. Janna not usually, but one's Denian, so.
I was just really hoping that Legacy were just going to like try and ban out Denian as much as possible.
Not necessary, let's be fair.
I know, it would have been silly.
That comes back, though, to the questions that we have about Legacy, and are they going to play the game legitimately to win as fast as they can, play the map and just be super serious? Are they going to get cocky? Are they going to mess around, make mistakes, almost lose like they did to Trident? I mean, they are the favorites coming into this. They're undefeated. But we've seen signs of problems from Legacy.
Yeah, and it hasn't necessarily been clean.
Yeah.
And so, like, I don't necessarily agree with the desk saying that Legacy can't play the map and all this sort of stuff, but they're definitely not. The thing that's worrying about that is that you get out of the habit of playing clean macro League of Legends.
So that's actually what Spawn said anyway, is we know that they can play they can macro, they can do whatever they'd like, right? Have they needed to? Are they getting into the trend of not doing it? So do they even remember how to do it? We don't know all of these questions. We're yet to see Legacy play against Hellions just yet.
Yeah, so we'll see exactly what happens as we hop onto the Rift. But we still do have to get through Champion Select, and the bans are already completed. Corki and Lucian do follow the Alistair as anterior cruciate ligament. As Lysandra, Lulu, and Callista are going to be taken away at ACL. Sorry, that was where my brain went, Rusty, as probably needed explanation because I'm a bit of a crazy person. So nice bans on both sides, but it is going to be the Cogmore left up. A few more
that was
things.
so deep.
Yeah, sorry. I just like to find out what people are spelling. And we'll see exactly what Tally is going to go for here towards the top side of the map. Just cycling through a bunch of champions at the moment, but the Cogmore is standing out. Braum is, of course, there as well, and we'll see what they do decide to go for.
Yeah, Kog'Maw is the sore thumb that kind of sticks out right now. Legacy may want to go towards that champion. I think that with Kalista being banned, it makes a lot of sense as a first choice.
Yep.
Because what else do you really want to go there? It's 380 carries taken off the board, and the strongest one still remains.
Well, Legacy now with 2 seconds to go. See exactly what they do pick up, and it is going to be the Kog'Maw. No surprises there, as King had actually already played the champion previously in the OPL before he got buffed.
Yeah.
So very, very competent player, of course. We know King. We know that he's just more than happy to pick up basically any champion ever and do work on it. But Gragas, another champion that is standing out here. Hellions, it is likely. I mean, they could just go Janna Gragas right now if they wanted to.
They
I mean,
could.
I like the denial pick.
But I don't know if there's much need to go the Janna when Braum is the actual denial pick that you want to take away from a Kog'Maw composition. How quickly Kog'Maw can stack up Braum's passive and get a stun, it's unreal.
Yeah, pretty ridiculous. Oh, Choo-Choo's though. 6.4, right? Massive props to Chippies for being able to play that Gangplank so incredibly effectively on 6.4, but now Legacy, they're going to opt into it as well. Morgana here is available for the Kog'Maw. It's a lot of scaling on the side of Legacy already.
And most importantly, it's zone control as well. So the Morgana Black Shield, we saw how effective it was in the last game. Like, we did see Stealthix lose the game with a pentakill in his back pocket. So
Yeah.
that about sums it up. You know, it is strong. The other thing is, Choo-Choo's with the Gangplank ultimate actually controls set zones very effectively. If anyone walks through that to try and hit King, they take a lot of damage.
Okay, so Ryze had a little bit of a buff. 6.4. I believe his Q now does a little bit more damage.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure whether that's actually taken him out of the hole that he was currently in. It's going to be locked in for the Hellions. Most likely going to Ryu there in the top lane. But I'm still worried about that pickup. Ezreal there as well for the team. What do you think, Rusty?
Don't know. I think it's one of those things we'll have to learn as the
Yeah.
game goes on, because honestly, they did ruin a lot of the Ryze's combo.
I said delete the rune pages. Ryu said delete the rune pages.
Yeah.
It's taking us on a wild ride, that character from
He
the
was
top lane
having
of
a laugh.
Hellions. He was having a laugh, wasn't he? But Legacy, now with their last 2 picks, are going to round out this team comp. We'll find out exactly where that Gangplank's going, whether Tally's going to be picking that one up in the top lane. Of course, Hellions are flexing the Ryze, so still a lot of questions to be asked. And LeBlanc is an option here for Choo-Choo's. Carbon back on the Elise as well. Power picks for both of these players. And it is going to mean that Tally is going to be taking that Gangplank towards the top side of the map. We'll see exactly what Hellions want to take into it.
Yeah, and the
Whether it's just gonna
LeBlanc
be the Ryze.
for Choo-Choo's is the big question mark. It should be Ryze top, knowing Ryu's track record.
Yeah.
And so you'd imagine the Gangplank is going to be the option into that now. Choo's picking up LeBlanc is the question mark, because it's blind as well. Is it on the assumption that Bomb's champion pool is predictable when he could actually go for something like the Anivia?
Yeah.
And still, I think, be relatively happy. It comes down to what Carbon can do in all honesty, and how he can work around the map. Depending on what Bomb picks, Carbon could become even more important.
Yeah, and it's going to be a really big deal for Carbon this game, just because they do have a lot of scaling towards the bottom and the top of the map. Of course, Choo-Choo's is going to be absolutely fine, but he may need to help guide King and Tally through this sort of early stage of the game for both of these champions. And of course, he has been able to do that. I mean, there are 100% kill participations in this guy's record. This guy's done a heck of a lot of work, and Bomb is actually going to pick up the Z for the mid lane, so going for the ultimate skill matchup into the LeBlanc.
Yeah, that is exactly what that is, and it's always an exciting lane to watch.
Oh man, I love it.
because mechanics everywhere, dashes everywhere, and it comes down to who can out mechanics the other,
Yep.
essentially. I think the major difference is the Bomb can afford to go a Hex Drinker and maybe find some strength with his first recall. And honestly, both team compositions are quite good. We just have a lot of questions, I guess, that need to be answered.
Yeah.
Hellions, they opted away from the split pushing options, but now they've got a Z and a Ryze. They could opt towards a 1-3-1 now, and instead just overcommit to it.
I always liked what Ryze brought to the team comps here as well for whichever team Ryu was playing for, just because you can then run those AD assassins in the mid lane. It was like back when Rumble was seeing a lot of play towards the top of the map. We were seeing all of these AD assassins.
Yeah.
So now Bomb able to hop onto that Z. They have sort of the array of damage there as well. So I'm excited to see what Hellions bring to the Rift. And it's a bit of a curveball that they have thrown in, but look, I believe in Ryu's power on Ryze, just because he was almost synonymous with the champion, right? But after the changes,
I just don't know.
Look, even he said that it was not a good option. He did say delete your
Yeah.
room pages. Unless he was having us all on a wild journey for this particular game, we'll find out.
We certainly will. And we want to hear from you, ladies and gentlemen. Use that hashtag LGC win if you think Legacy are going to be taking this one. Of course, agreeing with our analyst desk there as well. Or use that hashtag HLN win if you think the Hellions are going to be able to take this one out. And of course, the former power pick for Ryu, whether he's going to be able to go off on that rise. I'm excited to see whether it'll work because, of course, the passive change, only 5 spells. The Q now doing a little bit more damage. Is it enough on 6.4? I don't know. We're going to find out now as we hop onto Summoner's Rift.
This will be very, very interesting. Of course, Hellions with one of the hardest ends to the season with who they have to play against, still fighting for that top 4 spot.
Yeah. Whoa.
Storm Raider search.
That's exciting.
Got to go fast, you know?
Yeah, man. Close that gap. And look, I ain't questioning anything. If this guy thinks that Rise is playable again, then I believe it.
Thunderlord's Ezreal as well.
Yeah, interesting.
Very interesting, that's for sure. Why not go further, you know?
Yeah. I mean, of course, Thunderlords was the thing that you used to pick up every
He's going to dance on the ward, isn't he? Come on. Oh.
No. Tally, just going to be wandering around. It's Bomb. Still here. Don't worry about it.
This is a very peculiar game. I feel like the question needs to be arisen. Of course, Gangplank wants to be in a standard lane to get farm. Rise wants to be in a standard lane to get farm. But Legacy are the ones to put the lane swap into effect, and maybe we are going to see this attempted map play and really test their macro skill throughout this first game in the best of series.
Yeah. Well, Legacy are going to spot out Cookie and Ryu as there's the fan vote. Man, 88% think that Legacy are going to be able to take this one down. And unsurprising, 7-0 right now in the OPL. Hellions just falling to Infernum last week does mean that the favorites are most certainly this Legacy lineup. But look, with Rise back in the hands of Ryu, see whether it is going to make the difference.
Yeah, basically Rise, honestly, that's what he was for a period of time.
Definitely. Winter's Bite, not going to quite find anything. Denian trying to run away from a volatile Spiderling, not going to be able to, and Legacy going to secure the rest of their jungle unhindered.
But a massive advantage to Legacy because of how quickly they got that. Hellions, their support Denian wasn't able to respond in time, and their top lane jungle duo actually got completely zoned away from the top side of the map, which means it is a 3-buff start based off where Legacy did start. Greedy, whoa, but effective.
Choo-Choo's actually tanking a turret shot, trying to get some extra damage on the Bomb here in the mid lane, which is going to be a little bit of an island, unless there is going to be some top jungle ganks early on, but not looking like it so far, as there is an invade from Legacy, actually trying to go for the 3-buff here.
Well, that's what it should be, because again, Hellions weren't able to start this side of the map. They got zoned away by the duo.
Yeah.
It was Kog'Maw and Morgana, so they are able to successfully pick this up, and no real answer available for Hellions, because they have to go bottom and match the push. So still, good start here for Legacy. We did bring up, can they macro? Well, this is, you know, the right way to kick it off.
Most certainly. And of course, Rise not going to offer you too much of that turret damage early on in the game, so Tally definitely helping out a lot more there. As Legacy with a huge stack of minions are going to be able to take down this outer turret very early on. Back already coming through here for Regret, as Hellions are going to be able to answer in kind. And we'll see where they go next as Bomb. This is what happens. The isolation here of the mid lane and Choo-Choo's at the moment, despite the fact that he's running low on mana.
Yeah, exactly. So that is an issue. He could get bled dry, essentially. Bomb will be out of potions right now, as is Choo. So it comes down to the war of attrition between these two. One has energy, so the next trade is important.
Well, Living Shadow does go out. Bomb he's going to be able to clear out the last minion with his Shuriken as Carbon completes the 3-buff start for the Elise. And look, I mean, that is playing the map well. Managed to start off his jungle very effectively.
So they're getting small advantages as well. Gangplank's been able to sit in the top lane and eke out as much experience as he can, get as much farm as he can before Hellions respond.
Oh, Choo-Choo's able to get his full combo off onto Bomb. Now down to about 250 health. Choo-Choo's now completely out of mana though.
Which is the only reason Bomb is staying. Of course, there is a limit to how long you can afford to stay. Once Choose gets level 5, he gets a bit of buffer on that mana pool. Could look to go in with Ignite.
Yeah, Ryu actually going for the Gromp. You can see Regret, though. Does have a ward on it.
And Cookie's got no jungle. Like, that is a level advantage for Carbon. He just took the blue buff, so ill-timed for Cookie, but so far ahead of where Hellions are thinking is Legacy this time around. Like, on what situation is your jungler topside? You know, when they're about to be topside. Beating you to the punch in the way of getting minions. This is really smart from Carbon. Denying Cookie absolutely everything. And even keeping it at a 2v2. Pushing so that Gangplank, who managed to eke out an extra experience in the lane top lane before Hellions pushed, can just jungle as well and still be ahead of Arise.
But Ryu does have his tier. I guess he's getting to the point where he can start to stack things up. But you're exactly right. I mean, that was the question that we put to Legacy, and they are showing us exactly that they can and will play the map as opposed to the opponent. This Cogmore going to be well and truly accelerated. The Cull was what he picked up, as well as those boots after that first back from the top lane.
It's also a good way to play your opponent in Hellions this time around. Don't need to have standard lanes. You can just play around a team that seems to show aptitude on one strategy, and that is split pushing.
Yeah.
And potentially weaknesses on the early strategies as they have that fill-in support player. And Arise, most importantly, as the top laner.
So you can see King trying to bounce this wave back. It's 3 cast creeps. So probably will be able to get that one heading back towards him as the dragon is going to fall down. Tally finishes off his barrel.
He's going to go bottom.
Yeah.
Get a bit of extra farm once again, and this is where the lane assignment is the very curious thing. Do they send Cogmore mid and maybe swap out LeBlanc to somewhere else, or can they even afford to do that this early in the game? And they just cover lanes that are pushed and freezing, because right now Ryu's got a stack of minions, most likely pushing towards King. Legacy are content right now, and the question's less on Legacy, it's more on Hellions. Where are they going to go? And how are they going to try and get themselves back into this more efficiently?
Well,
good way.
Yeah, really nice stun comes out. First blood goes to Frey as Carbon falls down, caught in the jungle. Denian helps lock that kill down. It's the bottom lane from the Hellions move towards the bot side. Really nicely done. Oh, there's a death mark actually out of Bomb as Choose has to use his Mimic in order to get himself safely underneath the turret, but saves all of his summoner spells.
And this is Carbon on the wrong side of it. He honestly no reason to be where he is, given that his strong side is top lane. He's got a Gangplank freezing below him. That's a mistake.
Well, speaking of mistakes, Regret might actually be caught out as well. The Q is going to miss from Ryu. The flash comes out from the Morgana. Might be able to get enough spaces. There's the Dark Binding. King as well gets a Void Ooze over the top, but Hellions can't lock down the kill on the support. Ward goes in. Corky's still looking for it.
This is aggressive warding from Legacy. I have no idea what they're doing.
Yeah, Bomb actually is going to get caught. Gets found by the chain, and Carbon's going to lock that one down, but traded towards the top side of the map. Ryu locks down the kill on the Morgana. That is 2-1. Now in favor of Hellions as the gold is completely even, and Frey is doing very well against this Gangplank in the bottom lane.
And they've just undone everything they worked so hard to achieve in the early game by getting caught out on 2 separate occasions on 2 sides of the map. They make a pick in the middle lane, but Legacy really desperately wanted to break that freeze in the top lane that Ryu had established on the Rise. They wanted to reset that wave by making it crash into the turret, but by doing that, with Regret already missing half his health,
oh, once
next
again,
in line?
Yep, Legacy losing their AD carry as well. A Cathian surprise, not going to catch up to Cookie as Denian just blocks the damage with his body. Choo-Choo's now waiting in the wings, but level 7 doesn't quite have the Morellonomicon just yet. Not discovered by any of the vision.
He's gone for Ryu.
Yeah, looking for the Rise. There's the Mimic Distortion. Doesn't get the chain, though. And is going to get taken out. Ryu locks him up. And you just don't go underneath the turret with a Rise who's got a point-and-click snare.
There's just no excuse. Even now Regret, like, what is happening?
I have no idea. True Shot Barrage is going to get an assist for Frey as Bomb locks down the kill. 5-1. Now the advantage for the Hellions. And this OPL Legends match just got interesting, ladies and gentlemen, as Hellions start the game with a big lead after some key mistakes from Legacy. And by some, I mean
Just
even more.
Stop
What the
caught.
hell? Cannon Barrage comes down. Tally eats some oranges. He's now underneath the turret. Another dive onto a Gangplank. maybe a problem here as Carbon's going to come through. Choo Choo's locks it down onto Denny, and not quite yet actually, but there it is. Eventually makes his way down as Frey not going to get barreled this time, and Legacy now with multiple members here trying to close the distance. Chain doesn't land on a cookie though, and Frey going to get behind the Gragas, but whoa.
This is just outright just confusing. Across the board, Legacy are just making the weirdest decisions. They've got a 3-0 rise to contest with now. And every single member of Legacy at one stage in this game has been caught.
Oh my goodness, Ryu's going to be able to build a full Rod of Ages when he goes home
He's massive.
at 11 minutes in the game.
Again, he's monstrous. And like this is, may not be a full Rod, it's a 3k buy, to be fair.
Yep.
But I just feel like they don't need to be doing this. All of the advantages that Hellions are getting is on the back of Legacy being caught somewhere or being aggressive somewhere, making a mistake somewhere. And they don't need to be mistakes made at all. Like they can just sit back and farm. They had a slight advantage in movement around the map with timing. They had the right lane set up. And all on the back of getting overcommitted to one break of a freeze in top lane just backfires everything.
Yeah, and this is a team, Legacy, like they have been playing with such confidence that when they have these sort of scaling comps that they really want to just lane with, calm down, move towards the late game, like the Cogmore, like the Gangplank, it has been where there have been questionable decisions made because they just flat out don't have the power, even if they get a decent start, you know, just because inherently the champions aren't going to be as strong.
Well, the lane assignment's good now. This is the kind of thing they should have had. They had such a big mismatch across the board with numbers, with wards, with like everything. Now they've actually managed to slow it down. They've reset. The goal difference is nothing, really, at this stage in the game. And so it's not all that scary. The only scary thing is most of the gold is on a rise. And he is a scaling champion. And we do have to still question this rise pick. And what can it do?
Yeah, well, we'll almost have the passive here as Ryu gets chunked. Sorry. Choo Choo's able to use the Mimic on that one.
Bomb's been spotted, but he has a Ghost Blade, so if he chooses to go, he can.
Yeah, wants to go aggressive onto King.
King has summoners, though. King's going to stay. I bet. I absolutely bet he will. Thank God.
Okay. Going to be wandering home.
It's an AD carry getting red dots, basically, is what I was saying. I feel like King would be much more inclined to staying than leaving, but the most important thing, and it's a small detail, but King recalling there is actually showing respect.
Yeah.
And making a good decision.
Finally.
I'm not going to say finally. I'm gonna say thank you.
Yeah, well, Frey going to get tagged by the QR combination from Choo Choo's. Now just going to continue farming things out. Hellions now moving towards the mid lane, seeing whether they can break this one open. Of course, Choo Choo's does need to put his face into the minion wave if he is going to clear it out. And Carbon has shown towards the top side of the map.
And this is good from Hellions with their lane assignment. They've got the AD carry mid. Bomb's quite a confident split pusher, as Regret knows he's there now that he earned 30 gold.
I like it. And Bomb is going to come down. Just go for the 2v1, trying to pick up all the farm that he can. As ooh, Choose not able to read that one. Chains don't land after the arcane shift. Nicely done by Frey. There's the passive running now as Carbon's just getting exploded. Ryu with so much damage. The ultimate comes out from Denny and aiming in an odd direction. But the spider is going to slink her way back into her web. Denny can't soak up the barrels.
The Runic Echo's Elise is all I'm going to say against a 3-0 rise with a Rod of Ages completed at 13 minutes with his Tyrian boots. Yeah. Unless the Cocoon connects, you cannot actually outright engage into that rise. Ryu shows you exactly why that is and punishes him. Forces a flash.
And man, if this is what they're going to do, if Hellions are going to use Bomb as the split pusher, I actually really love this according to his playstyle, right? Because one of the things that we have been saying about Bomb is that he stays in a lane for a little bit too long. Well, now if he's going to be split pushing on the likes of a Zed, that's his job for the rest of the game.
Essentially, yeah.
Problem solved.
And it's a Z into a Cogmore as well, so it forces QSS buys likely as the second item. Especially if you're split pushing and they're trying to assign the wrong person to deal with it. Cogmore getting an 80 QSS as his second item could be an issue.
well, is now going to finish the Rage Blade. Going towards what looks like a Renan's Hurricane is item number 2, but that's just a dagger as far as that recipe, so we'll see what he does. Continue to pick up as he's only got 8 minions to pick up before that cull will be done.
Choose is still a dangerous player in this middle lane.
Oh, yeah.
If there's anything worth considering, it's Legacy's team composition makes up for every misplay that they have.
Oh, True Shot Barrage. Almost locks down the kill onto Choo Choo's. Thankfully, did have that potion running. He's going to be okay. But Hellions now with some time here in the mid lane. Tally not quite with the BF sword, not able to clear out these minions instantly. He's going to get slowed down and will be able to at least grab some of the minions here.
Frey is doing a lot of damage though. He's gone for the Manamune as his first item with the Sheen and not actually going for any armor, any crowd control. Doesn't need it. And it's good because he's got the Braum to slow people down. He's been hitting the stuns off the Braum passive. They don't even necessarily need the cutting. And honestly, I really like this decision because at this point in time, Frey hurts a lot.
Yeah. And what do you think about Hellions now freezing this top wave as well? I mean, it looks like they're more than happy to go towards the late game stage.
Oh no, it's great because honestly it's Ryze freezing, but they still got Zed pushing and mid lane pushing. So they're still controlling 2 of the lanes, and the one person who is freezing is the one scaling.
Wow, Hellions now with control of the map by the looks of things. Even on gold though, on the side of both teams. Even on dragons, even on turrets. It's the closest we've seen a Legacy game in a very, very long time. As they are going to move towards the mid outer turret. Now Denny flashing forward actually. Stand behind the other minions. Massive damage from Choo Choo's though. As Cookie's going to follow off. Bomb now trying to do something here as he ults onto Tally in the back line. Takes down the Cogmore immediately as Ryu right in amongst it. Trying to lock down Choo Choo's here, but he gets cocooned and destroyed. Choo's able to do some work. Frey now the last man standing, and Hellions just couldn't find the team fight.
They got a good engage, but they just did not have everything backed up together. Actually, Bomb coming in late hurts them a lot there as Shoes. He is really flirting with danger. And they do still pick up 4 members here, Legacy. And the funny thing is, Bomb played that fight really well up until he ulted Tally because he just got over-aggressive. And the reason that it was still good is because watch King. Bomb makes his way in now, damages the heck out of him, and then flashes on top of Tally. So the Bomb's AoE still killed him. And that's where the mistake was. But Legacy consolidate really well with this Gangplank ultimate and just Gangplank's damage in general to separate the team fight, create zones of power where Legacy are actually superior. And Shoes just stayed and hammered them.
Yeah, this LeBlanc damage. Massive problem. And you mentioned it. You said Choo Choo's still a big deal here. Well, 3-1 and 2. Definitely at a very, very powerful point.
Also like Carbon's build. That's the best way to deal with a Ryze. Ryze wants it to crash to the turret almost now. Or at least hard push so there's only 1 minion left. Otherwise he can't kill it. Like, he genuinely can't kill it. So Bomb could be the one dealing with frozen lanes. It might stop Hellions from actually freezing lanes as well. By making them push it.
I like it a lot. And also, I mean, the Legion passive. Very, very good for your team fight against multiple forms of magic damage. Oh, Fish in with a tweet saying, I swear, Legacy, if you make me take the magic 8-ball on a date, hashtag I'm OPL. Earlier in the day, of course, Fish did tweet out saying that if he's going to lose to the 8-ball, I believe he's going to go on a hot date or something like that.
Yeah, basically.
He said it in a funny way, and I didn't quite understand. But yes, so he's going to take the 8-ball on a date, and it's going to be amusing because he's taking an inanimate object.
If
to
Hellions beat Legacy.
Yeah.
Was the rule.
At the moment, the game's still relatively close, but the last team fight really putting Legacy further ahead. We're going to see whether they can consolidate this one. Of course, we mentioned their scaling. That is still certainly in their favor. However, Ryu can find a way to go off. Now with a needlessly large rod, as well as that Rod of Ages. That Seraph Embrace going to be coming in very, very soon. So the Rise can be the difference.
So look at Legacy's wards right now. That is complete control of the Dragon Pit area. And this is why they're now pushing so aggressively in this bottom lane. Is if they can consolidate that, actually utilize their strengths to take the Dragon potentially for free. What they ideally want, though, is to make a pick when Hellions try and contest the Dragon.
Yeah, it's a heck of a lot of vision. You're exactly right. Legacy knowing exactly what's going on. Denian actually going to be caught out of position here. Uses the stand behind me, but still tanks the Dark Binding. Living Artillery doing some work over his head as well. But the rest of Hellions are waiting in the wings. Bomb off to the side as well, looking for that flank. Gangplank towards the bottom side of the map. Teleport is available for Tally, not available for Ryu, which is why you see him towards the bottom side of the map.
Thankfully for Denian, 30 seconds is about how long it takes you to get near the Dragon Pit. Did run out of wards though, so getting into the pit itself is another challenge. Their vision is very shallow, whereas Legacy's is just a bit further up from shallow, so closer to neutral. So I'm now just giving ward positions definitions instead of explaining it.
I like it. I like it a lot. Whoop. Combo now going to be blown onto Frey.
Yeah, and this is why Frey can't stay mid anymore. So what they had early was good. They actually put Frey mid when they had power and were able to freeze waves. Well, now they've got a Banner of Command Legacy. They've got LeBlanc, who got 3 kills in the last fight and can work towards the Zonias if Frey stays mid. It's also good against Bomb. And the longer that Frey stays, the more that he will get chunked out by just the QR combo of Choo Choo's on this LeBlanc. And it's a big mistake because that's health he can't afford to lose.
Yeah. We'll see exactly how they play this one out. So far, defensive vision has been put up here from the Hellions. They know that their backs are against the wall at this stage of the game. We'll see what they can do, whether they can orchestrate a fight for themselves. As there's the ultimate onto Carbon. He's actually looking for it. Deathmark is going to be able to take him out. That's the shutdown as Zed starts things off. Hellions looking for more, though. Choo Choo's uses a flash. I don't think he would have been hit by that ultimate, but Denian still getting the respect needed as King now moving towards this mid lane. Dragon is going to go to Hellions in full vision of Legacy.
But again, the vision swap that came out between Hellions and Legacy, you can see all of the wards died. They had them in place, they had control in place, but it was a minute and a half early. Hellions, they consolidate that fact. They work around that strength, and Bomb gets a pick onto Carbon, who doesn't really have any means of escape on this Elise. And was executed on nicely by the Zed. And just like that, momentum swings.
Yep, I like it. More of Malmortius now completed for Bomb here as well. 3-2-0. Died a couple of times, but now he's being able to pick up some kills. Get towards this powerful moment as the Zed. Now with that blue buff, going to help his energy regen, as you can see. Went down very, very low on that energy's point. And Choo Choo's now going to clear out this bottom lane of all of the creeps.
Has the Zonia's Hourglass too, so Bomb potentially can't fight the LeBlanc. We'll see how Choo Choo's plays around this as well. Now that he's got his big item. There's always the threat of, I have a new item. You don't actually know that I have the new item. Let's test if you know that, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
And fight you.
Press tab, man.
Not everyone does that at the right time. Bomb. Still scarier.
Uses the Ghost Blade. Wants to get aggressive as Carbon's going to get slowed. Oh, flashes very confusingly into the blue pit, but does get over there with the repel. Denian caught out. There's a cannon barrage onto Frey as he can't quite connect the barrels. There's going to be the next one. Denian just gets stunned up forever as Cookie uses the body slam. The flash has to be used as well in order to get out. They do lock down one kill as Denian falls. Frey may fall as well as Choo Choo's actually uses all of his moves.
Oh, the binding.
Binding lands and Frey's going to fall. Really nice placement there from Regret.
Frey actually flashing into the binding does go down. The ignite as well from Choose was big, and Bomb needs to be careful and has to walk the long way. So Legacy, they find a big pick, they find a big advantage, and they start breaking down structures because of it. His Banner of Command helps as well.
Massive damage onto that turret. Inner does fall in the mid lane here as the base has been broken. Well, the map has been broken open. Base not quite yet. Getting a bit ahead of myself as Regret's going to take himself a red buff. Definitely need to have that one on the Morgana as often as possible. Of course, King definitely didn't want it on the AD carry. I am, of course, being sarcastic, as that, I believe, was a mistake. Choose going to be able to grab himself the blue. So Sentinel taken down. Legacy just taking as much away from Hellions as they can.
Yeah, and Hellions, they are still trying to make things happen in a proactive manner. This time Ryu's actually around to group up, so now that he's got his 2 big items, you can tell that he's starting to look much more aggressively with his team.
Yeah.
There's always that question, is how long is Ryu going to split push for? Because Bomb should be the one ideally doing it, right? And
Yeah,
now
well,
that he's here, they are the 4-man.
yeah, and Bomb actually going to head back to base here as well. Hasn't been back for quite a while. As
he's picked up a bit of extra farm. Still ahead of Choo-Choo's actually.
Needs to stay though.
Yeah, Choo's actually clearing out the minion wave as best he can. You can see Bomb has actually made his way in exactly like you said. As there's the ultimate out of Denian, but Carbon dodges it. Ryu able to lock down the kill in the end though. It's, oh my goodness, Regret evaporates. There's now Bomb caught by the barrel. Slow Legacy maybe in trouble as King taking a lot of damage there in the backline, but Cookie is going to get taken out by Tally. The Acathian surprise is there as the double kill comes in from him. Oh my goodness, this damage. Choose just going off. Denian now in trouble as Unbreakable is there. The chain is going to break him. And the double kill comes in for this LeBlanc. Ryu and Choo-Choo's now facing off against one another.
And how aptly named is Kog'Maw's passive.
Yep.
And what a surprise it actually was for Hellions, because that is what made Legacy come out pretty much even with that one. Destroying Carbon's health bar again is the big concern. He is not sustainable right now. There is no survivability on this Elise, even though he is full tank besides the Runic Echoes. He's looking for probably another completed item before that stage. And
that was an optimistic cue, Ryu, as he was trying to lock down the Gromp, but is just going to go back to his minion wave as we're going to see this one again.
Yeah, so Cookie got completely caught. It was the stun combo, but look at Carbon go. And this is where Bomb does good things, but he goes in onto a Morgana support. And King, in typical King fashion, flashes straight forward, and Frey, most impressively, went in and got him as they're trying to catch Carbon once again, warding deep.
Yep, a little more action. Carbon going to be able to lock down that Rift Scuttler after using the Repel to get to the Baron in order to save his own life. Nicely done. 10 CS is the lead towards that top side of the map here as well. Looking at the success of the split pushes and the Rise, definitely still doing a bunch of work. 10 kill participation out of the 12 is fantastic though for Tally. These cannon barrages have been in exactly the right position.
I'm loving this combo of Morgana with LeBlanc, by the way. No one can stop her wave clearing with the distortion.
Hey, that's true. And then
That's
they've also got
happened more than
Tally,
once,
which
yeah.
is just ridiculous.
So King's been hitting side lanes. They've had Tally hitting the other side lane. And then Morgana just uses the Black Shield on Choose, who's actually able to wave clear, whilst they're still pressuring as a 3-man.
No regret. Tanks a little bit of damage there as Hellions looking to try and make their way in. It's a 3-man stack as the Dark Binding sails towards Frey, but not going to be able to lock him down.
We're still looking at a 5-1 and 2 Rise as well.
Yeah.
In the way of scaling, that is a Void Staff completed.
Choose not going to be able to get the Mimic Distortion damage. The Unbreakable, I believe, blocked that.
Yeah.
From Denian.
This is still, like, I feel like Legacy are 100% threatened here. It is a Sterix Gauge QSS item build from Kog'Maw. He understands that he's against Assassins. Sterix Gauge is good into the Assassins. And there's so much you can dodge, though.
Yeah, well, Chain is going to land here, but Choo-Choo's actually getting a lot worse off after that one. Of course, this is new Mana Mune as well. The Mirror Mana transform
Only
now
hits
not
champions.
toggleable,
Yeah.
as King takes half of his health bar from Bomb, who didn't use the ultimate.
So I personally don't like the changes.
You don't?
It rewards bad play
What do you mean?
with the Mirror Mana. So you want to be able to activate it sometimes on minions, sometimes not on champions.
Hey, that's true. Well, Cannon Barrage is actually going to
Oh my
do
God.
so much damage to this Ezreal as Choose tries to lock it down, but doesn't get enough. As Carbon is going to be the one in there taking down Ryu. Now Hellions on the escape. We'll see whether they can actually get out here as course Frey in a heck of a lot of trouble. Does a lot of damage back
Frey's
though.
ulti though, just keep your eyes on him just in case.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage will be able to take down Choo-Choo's if it connects.
There it is.
There it is. Follow that one through. Oh, locks it down. Nicely done as Hellions do make it a 1-for-1 in the end.
Nailed it.
Yeah, beautiful. I loved the follow as well from our observers as we see almost every single True Shot Barrage, most of them, to clear minions. As I hear the producer in my ear letting me know
was
that,
great.
in fact, you know, it was good.
Rated
So
out of
fantastic.
10, honestly, that was about a solid 9.
Yep, 5 out of 7, my friend, at least.
I don't know if it was that perfect.
As Denian is going to come round. Carbon uses the repel, gets himself to some Krugs. Can't actually secure the steal on the... Oh, actually,
They're not done though.
yeah, they're looking for it. Continuing to
He
try and
is
find
so
this
far
one. Yeah.
out.
So Frey is going to be able to lock that one down in the end. Bomb able to grab himself an assist. Nicely played here as the jungler is going to fall. Choo-Choo's now 5 seconds away from respawning. We're already up and in the mid lane.
And this is the chaotic nature of the battle of who can deal the most damage the quickest. No tanks. We're looking at a Rise and a Gangplank top lane. We've got Hyper Carry for AD Carry with King and Poke Hyper Carry essentially for Frey on Ezreal. Mid laners are assassins. Who's meant to tank the damage? And fortunately, if you were Helions, Denian can, and Gragas can. Carbon's just not tank enough yet.
Oh, King gets hit by the Winter's Bite. There's the teleport coming in as well, as King is not going to get stunned. He has the Steric's Gauge there as well. Able to sit there and turret. It's a double kill already. Will it be a triple? It will. It'll be a quadra kill already as Bomb tries to get it. Will he be able to pick up the next one? It's a Cathian surprise. Oh, sad times. It's a quadra. It's an ace in the end anyway for Legacy as Tally finishes off the last one. Nicely done. They'll go to the Baron. And that is going to be a massive lead here for our OPL Legends.
How dare Tally have self-preservation, stealing the pentakill. Here is the man himself. It's the Black Shield once again. 2 stuns don't connect on him, and he just sits back and just pelts bullets. He is actually sitting and spinning ridiculous amounts, and so you're like, oh, he's got it. Tally just takes it. It's just not fair. Oh well.
Yep. What can you do,
They
Rusty?
do still get a Baron.
They do.
And a lot of gold in the lead. Like,
Eight-
it's still so, it's
8,000
really
gold.
good.
It's
like,
really, really good.
again,
play
yeah,
from
it was
Legacy.
massive from Legacy. If I can only nitpick that it wasn't a penta, that means it was a good fight.
That's exactly right. And one thing I really do want to credit King for as well is another respect thing. It's the fact that he did go for that Steric's Gauge, is that that third item. Made sure that he was able to survive through all of that, and that huge shield, the massive amount of extra health there, really helping out.
Well, it goes without saying. If he didn't have the Steric's Gauge, he was dead.
Yeah.
If he didn't have the QSS, he was dead. Things working out very well for King. Smart itemization, and yeah, the Steric's Gauge is the anti-assassin item, so smart of him to still pick that up.
And what do you think about Regret's
Item
pickup?
sensor?
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw it, and I didn't want to comment on it, so thank you.
Yeah, no, you have to now.
I don't think it's bad, because it buffs King, who has gone for defensive items. So the fact that he's gone for the Steric's Gauge with the QSS is a lot of invested gold in not pure damage. Regret now, by putting the shield on King, which is 90% of the time, will be giving him attack speed and as such extra damage.
Well, King now able to lock down this one, but
Wow, that was
Matt
good.
smacked underneath the turret. Will get destroyed as Ryu's able to lock that one through, but Cookie very, very low. Bomb's going to fall down as Tally locks that one in. Still multiple hyper carries on this Legacy lineup, and they will lose the inner turret. As Baron Buff helping them out. Nice QSS to get Frey out of trouble. That inner turret is going to fall. Massive minion wave smashing towards that top lane as well as Choo Choo's going to find his way and lands the chain onto Frey as he's tanking up this turret. The passive does go off. He gets back to the previous distortion. And Cookie able to at least tank up one of those barrels. Ryu now with max health, but he can't get through these minions. And the base is going to get broken. Tally just with so much damage to these structures. And Ryu going to get caught and evaporated.
Exploded, yeah, absolutely. They're not done though, Helions.
Yeah, looking for more here as Choo Choo's able to get it through. Lands the chain. There's the binding as well as Cookie couldn't go anywhere. Denian looking to try and do some more. There's some low health bars here on the side of Legacy as Bomb's going to make his way in. It actually could be massive work done from this Zed as Tally's going to get destroyed as well. Regret trying to flash away as Choo's now. He's very low. Bomb over the top. This could be another one. Frey locks that one through. It's a triple kill for the Zed. And Hellions answer back.
They get 4 kills and they push Legacy out of the base with the inhibitor standing. That was way too aggressive from Legacy, looking for kills, getting red vision essentially, and not taking the inhibitor that was rightfully theirs.
Yeah.
That was actually just a big mistake, and I mean, they stayed there for long enough that Bomb could die and then come back to life and get 3 kills.
The classic mistake.
You have to question it, but it's not a big deal, thankfully. They are just being coy with their food, I suppose, playing with it a bit, given the goal differential between the two. In saying that, it is a Zed rise. At any moment, things could go backwards for Legacy. And honestly, if Cookie engages like he did last time, I don't even care that it went badly against Legacy. That was the best Gragas ultimate that I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Because
incredible play.
King had no way to react. He had a black shield on him. And milliseconds after that ended, he was knocked under the tower.
Just immaculate. And Cookie, I mean, we've spoken about this guy before, had pretty lackluster start to the season, but has been improving over time. And we'll see whether he is going to get to that point where he is one of the top junglers here in the OPL. But so far, contending with Carbon, who's been a massively well-improved player. And look at this, the cannon barrage placed really nicely. The barrels are down. Hellions are getting melted. But Not going to fall just yet. Low health bars on the side of Legacy as well, as Hellions still trying to get some work done. Choose wants to finish off these Hellions members, but isn't going to be able to.
No, they don't get any kills, but they force Hellions away from their dragon, as it is so aptly now given to them.
Yeah.
Through force. And Legacy still showing their dominance, still showing their control of the map. Running low on mana for King. Running a bit of health low for Carbon. Thankfully, every time he kills a major camp, gets a lot of health back.
Yeah, you do.
Thanks to the strength of the Aegis.
Whoa.
And Tally is massive.
He is utterly gigantic, but Choose has to use Mimic Distortion, get over this Baron wall, and Frey going very aggressive. Oh, that Zhonya's so nicely timed. Might be enough, as Frey has to deal now with the rest
King's
of Legacy.
in trouble.
King, he's trying to be a turret. Ryu, does he have enough? No, he doesn't, as King's able to lock down the 1v1. Bomb is able to take out Regret, but it's a top laner for a support. Definitely a trade that you take if you're a Legacy fan. And Hellions do have area control. A few health bars low on the side of Legacy, but losing Ryu was a big deal.
Yeah, but there's no Baron either, so it doesn't matter if you have control of that area, because Legacy are still the ones in control of the map. And King managing to pick up the solo kill against Ryu, stepping up massive for them in that fight.
Oh god, look at these items as well for the Cogmore. BF sword now, as well as the completed Mercurial Scimitar.
To be able to stand still.
Yep.
And just dish it out. And against all of these assassins and people running at him, I think Bloodthirst is the better choice.
I like it.
I don't blame him for going Infinity Edge.
Well, especially with, you know, getting crit on the Renan's Hurricane as well. I mean, I feel like you have a little bit more synergy with the item. But yeah, I think I like Bloodthirster at the same time.
Yeah, there's reasons for and against either. I just think that Bloodthirster suits his all-around build.
And play style.
But if he's lacking damage, then hell, you know, get an IE. That gives you a lot of it.
In other words, we ain't going to blame you either way, King. Just pick up an item.
Unless you want us to.
Yeah.
Can.
Happy to be, yeah, mad if you want us to be. But Tally does have his Mercurial Scimitar. Only one more item slot for him to finish off. See whether it is going to be that defensive choice, whether he just wants to go for another Infinity Edge. Saw Rymeister do that last time we saw him play the Gangplank.
Yeah, and it's just generally the better item as well, just to get multiple Infinity Edge.
So much damage.
Because the stats that it gives you is super efficient on a Gangplank. Depends if he wants the Sterix Gauge, though. He's already got his Mercurials himself, and rightly needing that against the Zed. And a Rise, given the way that Rise is currently in his state. You don't get constantly trapped into the ground.
Yep.
Sterix Gauge could be the answer, once again, from two members of Legacy, if that's the case.
And now actually Tally 100 CS in the lead. So finally fully eclipsed this Rise.
It's hard to stop a Gangplank once he hits his two items. Basically everything he goes near dies.
Yeah, almost instantly. It's just revolting.
If it's a minion, it just, like, it basically just falls over himself. It just says you can, like,
yeah,
kill
Gangplank's
me.
not even
Get
in
it
the
over
lane
with,
yet.
kill me.
they all just go
here.
home.
Yeah. Back it up.
Yeah, sorry boys. We're out. Sigil of Malice onto Bomb's head, just sending a bit of a message here in the mid lane. As the Baron has been started, Barrel's going to be utilized here as well. I like the fact that Tally's holding onto it. Look at that thing die. What the hell? Okay, well, King helping out with that Bioarcane Barrage, just destroying the Baron buff.
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And, yeah, that is...
That's the biggest minion I've ever
seen. I like
seen.
that they zoomed. I was actually about to mention that too. Like, this minion is not going to stop. That minion is bigger than every single member of Legacy, probably in terms of health as well.
Yeah, I like how we call them tank minions because that actually looks like a big old tank.
Well,
Summoner's
it's
Rift right now.
genuinely a siege tank.
Yeah. Well, Hellions now having to deal with a heck of a lot of extra damage. Look at that. The base just breaks open immediately, but Tally has to use his QSS very, very early. They're trying to fight this one on Hellions, but there's the Cannon Barrage. Massively well positioned onto Hellions as Denian's going to die. Cookie's dead as well. Ryu's dead. It's a double kill for the Cogmore as Frey gets trapped in the cocoon. And Legacy, now that it's the end of the game, 14,000 gold in the lead, 2 inhibitors down. And that is so much of the damage done here for Hellions as it's only Bomb and Frey alive. Bomb actually able to pick up the Morgana, but he's going to die for it by the looks of things. Actually, no, able to make it underneath this one. As he gets back to the fountain, Choo Choo's trying to get over the top. The chain is going to land. Bomb desperately trying to do something, but they can't make it work. The Nexus is going to fall. Hellions, though, that game was played so much better in the early game than I was expecting from the team. Really, really well played. And look, this is an undefeated Legacy, and if Hellions can run them that much, man, I'm impressed.
I guess the question is, did Legacy play the lane swap well, or did Hellions play it better? And honestly, Cookie played the best loss of his life. Like, that Gragas was actually amazing. I was super impressed by Cookie.
Really, really well played, and I'm interested to see what the analyst desk is going to say about that game, as we are going to throw it over right now.
Thank you very much, Atlas. And Legacy are able to take game one, maybe not in the fashion that we expected, or maybe it is, I don't know. We'll get to that in a second, but I actually want to kick it off over the other side of the rift for 1 second and continue the conversation that Atlas and Rusty were just having. The support staff. That's what I call the jungler and support player. Like, they're your support staff, you know, they get all the dirty stuff done. You know, they pick up your socks and stuff.
Yeah, do they?
They had a really good game on the side of Legacy. I'm going to say that was the best game out of Cookie and Denny and that we've probably seen all split.
Yeah, I'm going to steal Rusty's line there. The best loss of Cookie's life. I agree. I think Denny also had a very strong game there, despite the fact that Hellions did lose. I think, again, Frost mentioned that their players are talented, and I saw a lot more from Frey, Bomb, and Ryu that maybe I've seen in a while, but I feel like that just comes back to the fact that the support staff are playing well. It was a really good game there from Cookie.
No, yeah, I completely agree. Dinian in particular as well, I want to shout out to, played much better, and obviously on a different champion, no longer his one-trick Janna.
Now I want to throw it over to the other side of the rift because we saw everything you asked for, right? We saw a lane swap. We saw them try and keep the Rise down. That was something that Ryu went back to. We saw the isolation of mid lane, try and let Choo Choo do his thing. God, is he an impressive laner when he gets going. But a couple of fumbles during the early game there for us.
Yeah, so the big issue, and Rusty kind of covered this during the cast, is so you bounce the waves, it's a Western lane swap, you trade towers, bounce waves. The problem is that they wanted to break the freeze, and it would have been totally fine for Legacy to break the freeze if Carbon had been on that side of the map. It's also very easy to break freezes with Elise in particular, to just kind of shove a wave into a tower. But Carbon was actually deep warding for Tally on the opposite side and was picked off, and simultaneously then Regret was deep warding for King and got picked off. And so it's just kind of like these tiny little instances where not realizing, you know, which was the strong side, where they needed to be. Initially, it looked great, but suddenly everything unraveled as soon as they went to deep ward.
Yeah, in the first 10 minutes of this game were really sloppy by Legacy, to be perfectly honest. Like,
I'm going to
feel
say
like
that
every other lane.
first 3 minutes were really good.
Yes.
Yeah, no.
Then
Yeah,
the
yeah.
subsequent
Okay, so
7
some of
minutes,
them-
it was like kind
Sure.
of great, not good, then great again, right?
Yeah.
It was literally if Carbon had just been on the opposite side of the map and had deep warded for his Kog'Maw and his Morgana first, it would have been fine.
Yeah, and then the execution just suffered because I'm pretty sure Legacy got people killed on like every single lane of the map at some point after those 3 minutes have passed. Like, and that's just mistakes we don't expect from Legacy, but I feel like we're starting to see more of.
But I actually was really impressed with their lane swap. So one thing that they did do really well is kick the lane swap off on the right foot. You know, Rise has always been susceptible to getting lane swapped on. That was a definite right decision there.
Yep.
One player I want to like take a really hard micro in on now is Tally. To me, Tally is the most improved player. I would say that, but you know, he didn't even play top lane last split, so I don't know how the heck I don't know what award to give him. Like, best person that role swapped into top lane.
Played like a legend
Yeah.
that game.
Because he honestly saved the game in about 3 separate scenarios for me.
Yep.
Like, his gangplank was out of this world freaking awesome.
And this is the thing that we were talking about in the other room, is because it was a Zed and a Rise, and not that you don't want Rise fed, obviously that's great, but I feel like Hellions' composition relied so much more on if Zed got ahead, because obviously you open up the 4-1, but even in that scenario, because Gangplank has the global ultimate, which Tally used beautifully, and even when he was, like, the Gangplank ults were so great.
Yeah, and I said already, I've been impressed by the solo lanes from Legacy because both Tally and Choose can play at just an amazing level on a bunch of different champions. Tally really showing that even though Choose is good, he actually might be better.
Yeah, and I don't actually have the replay for you guys, but there's a point in that game, it's actually the 3rd dragon, where Hellions send 2 people, Choo Choo gets caught, Tally Gangplank ultis 2 people, and triple barrels them, and literally turns it around. Like, otherwise Choose would have died. Tally went off tap in that game, and then it led his team to a victory. So Legacy do go up 1-0. However, Hellions put up a pretty good fight, so don't go anywhere. We'll see whether they're able to take it that one step further in game 2 in 3.5. back to the OPL, where OPL Legend Legacy are one up in their game versus Hellions right now. However, guys, yesterday during the broadcast, we asked you to ask us anything. Ask the OPL something. Ask the production staff, League Ops, or us here on the desk or the casters. Anything you want, as silly or as wacky as possible, and to send it in via Twitter using that hashtag IamOPL. We did 5 earlier. We're going to do 5 more now, but please don't stress. If your question isn't on, keep tweeting. My goodness, I will learn English.
Wow.
Keep tweeting, because we'll do some more tomorrow as the whole room erupts in laughter. Let's just get everyone on the screen. I'm done with hosting this. The other reason I don't host this segment, by the way, is I can't read the tweets. Hi, you two. I can't read the tweets because my eyesight is that poor. So Julian does it for me.
I got you. It's okay.
Thank you, buddy. Can you
right,
teach me English?
I just want to know what you were trying to say when you said, "What?"
All right, so do you think Cheese would be better playing on carry champs as he is known for rather than utility mids as he has been on? Cheese, of course, being the mid laner of the Chiefs. I think it's a really cool question.
I think this is a good one as well. Let's kick it across to Atlas. He is a big Cheese
Put his
fan.
hand up.
Okay, so Cheese was known for playing Orianna, Xerath, and Swain almost flat out. Like, that was all he played in the very early stages. Of course, he then adapted and moved on to some more of the carry style, but I feel like Cheese is sort of built as a control mage player that plays it aggressively. So it's very, very strange, right? He plays all of the control champions as assassins.
What about yourself, Rusty? You've played against Cheese previously, someone that you would be very familiar with in the OPL.
I despise laning against Cheese. It's horrible. He was a nightmare walking. I think that, would he be better on carry champs? I think he carries with utility champs. I don't know if putting him on a carry champ would actually help Cheese, because then he's more likely to die.
Yeah.
Because he's got utility to keep him alive for the most part when he's playing over-aggressive.
And what have you made of Cheese so far, Frostgurun?
I'm a big Lux fan, so when I saw him play Lux, I was like, okay, I can get on board with this. But otherwise, I don't have too many opinions. Obviously, I don't have the history that Rusty or Atlas have with Cheese, but he's looked good.
I like Cheese. Cheese is fun. He's a great laner. I think he might lane a little bit better with more aggressive champions, but I think he does more work with utility, and he's never going to change his style, so I think he should actually stick to what he knows.
So I'm very firmly on the Rusty thing. That the reason that Cheese is good is because he's annoying to lane against. The reason he's annoying to lane against is because he plays utility mages the way that no one I have ever seen play utility mages.
Melee Xerath.
So you're playing against a Xerath that has like 950 range, and he's shooting you from about 2 Teemos away, closer than Frostgurun and Pastry Time on the desk right now.
Much closer.
So, like, it's just bonkers. Like, how are you supposed to ever practice against that? No one else does it, and that's what makes him a really special player, in my opinion.
All right,
As
so
we have another one.
We do. How many of you beautiful people go into making this production? Who are the unseen MVPs? That is an awesome question.
Yeah, that's
So how many of us are there? There's 5
Benji?
of us here.
No, hold on a second. What you see is what you get. No one else see it. Like,
It's all us,
that is
baby. Don't
actually
worry
us.
about it.
All the
I'm waiting
mics
for
cut.
it. I'm waiting for it.
I'm
Where is
vision
it?
mixing right now. You can see
I
it.
think there's 5 of us here plus Fish, who's not on the desk tonight. So that's
6
6
casters.
A producer, a vision mixer, an audio guy,
Graphics guy.
a graphics guy. I think 2 graphics guys tonight.
Yeah.
2 obs, 2 referees. What are we up to, like 11?
Yeah. There's,
Shout out to the graphics guy, though, very quickly. That guy, like yesterday we had the
Shout outs to
Rageblade
Ed.
Callista
yeah.
graphic. He makes those on the fly. The Keystone Mastery graphics, he makes those like literally in a couple
I think
of
he made the
minutes.
first one like an hour before the show.
Yeah, he was
when
like,
he first did
I
it.
can do this. And our producer was like, do it then. And Ed was like, boom.
Well, like any graphics that you see on the desk, like sometimes they'll be like pre-made, but some of them we just go in during the game. It's like, can you make this in 10 minutes?
Yeah, like this one, for example, right now.
That's gone curry.
However, we have another question coming your way.
Oh, see you later question. There it is.
Does Atlas do hair and makeup for the analysts or just hair? Take it away, Atlas.
I only do my own hair, and I actually really need a haircut. I apologize, everyone. And in fact, you guys on the desk as well, because like I'm just letting down the whole vibe. Of the
Come
whole
on, man.
situation.
Come on, get to the makeup. The people
Yeah, but
want to know.
I actually taught everyone how to do makeup. So I forced all of the other casters to come to the makeup shop.
confirm.
Yep.
Yeah, and
Yep.
Rusty was the most uncomfortable. Can confirm that one as well. And we were all getting color matched and everything like that.
Yeah.
It was an interesting experience.
Yeah, Rusty, tell them about like how you feel about this.
I
mate.
love makeup. So fun.
The other
We'll
weird
take it
thing
off
was
and- oh.
I had a beard when we did it, and she was like, all you have to do is put it around your eyes because you got a beard. It's great. Then I shaved, and I was like, I don't know how this works anymore.
But we actually do all our own hair and makeup.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Atlas kind of.
I don't actually decorate all of the casters before a show. No, we don't. Do
Unfortunately, I wish that'd make my job much
that.
easier.
Julian, I'm more than happy to do it.
My
Man. You haven't mentioned
question,
it, like,
my question is, how do you guys think the OPL stacks up against the LCS and LPL? But not the LCK, so don't worry about that one.
I'm going to throw it over the other side of the room quickly. Let's get Atlas's response first.
Look, I don't think we're quite there yet against the LCS and the LPL. Maybe the lower tier teams. I think we've had a question similar to this, and so maybe I think that we can take matches and be competitive against sort of maybe the lower end of the bottom half. But other than that, I don't think we're quite there just yet, because there's just a few of those, I guess, strategic mistakes that we have to iron out.
Rusty?
I think we could be up to 5th place maybe in the LCS in regards to the LPL. How much do you like team fighting? Really is the question for the team that is going or the team that we're sending. So current Legacy, I think, could do reasonably well. I just feel like absolutely.
Frosk?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Rusty. I think if you put Legacy in the LPL, they'd actually do fairly well. Like, probably mid-tier. In the LCS, I mean, I've said this before, like, if you cover the name tags on, like, a Sin game and just watch them how they move around the map when they're doing it correctly, I mean, you're not going to be able to tell if that's LCS or OPL. Don't think that they're going to dominate it, but I think they'd be fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're obviously behind in a lot of different ways, but I think the talent's certainly there and we can match in certain areas. For me, though, I think the OPL is highly entertaining as a league. So I think as far as like how the broadcast stacks up and how the production stacks up, I think OPL's I would say a good
Don't you mean
alternative.
it's the best?
Yeah,
Pacer time? What the heck are you talking about,
I have
man?
a rant about this as well. I actually am
Here we
going to go as far as
We're
to say
stuck here.
that when we saw Bangkok Titans play at Worlds, they're playing against the first and second best teams, and they're competitive at least for a certain part of that game. When you look at Brazil, they do the exact
Kaboom.
same thing, and we won games off both those regions. So we only get to see wildcard regions right now against the first and second teams in each respective league, which is a huge skill gap. Because if you look at Immortals versus someone lower down the tier, even like TSM right now, who are about 5th place, there is a huge skill gap. You send an Oceanic team over there, they're not going to blow your mind. They're probably not going to be top of the league, but we can definitely compete on an international stage, and that makes me really excited, as you can probably tell, and I've done this before.
Well, we have our last question, so let's get that as well. What's the worst mistake you've ever made while casting a game? So, example, slip of the tongue, something you wore, shaving your beard, all those sort of things.
I have a funny one for this. I'm going to start with Frosk.
Oh, like the legitimate worst one is I was casting IM and I wanted to say Reckless is getting decimated, and I said Reckless is decimating.
That's not that bad.
Well, he got wrecked.
Maybe you just like, yeah, I don't know.
So see, you weren't on Reddit that day.
Yeah, I wasn't on Reddit that day. What about yourself?
Every now and then, I think my brain just says some silly stuff. I'm trying to remember what it was.
The
but
stripper pole for Fizz.
No, that's your thing. I can't remember what I said. Oh, that's a good one. Thank you, production. All right, we'll go with that one. So, PAX 2013 is my first ever professional event I was casting. My hair's quite nice now, as you may have noticed. At least I think it is. Go back and maybe watch some of those. What is significantly longer. Back then, I had a very long fringe, and obviously it's doesn't look too good on camera. I didn't really know how to use hair product at the time. It's taken me a number of years to figure it out, and I had a nice, shiny, golden bobby pin sticking about right here where my fringe used to be at the time. It was great.
I have so many. ACL Sydney, where I casted with Atlas, he was caught dancing, and I was caught on my phone during one of the ad breaks.
I wasn't even going to say
Atlas
that
and I went to North America, and Atlas was caught, insect about 32 times on one broadcast. But
and Empire on the other one.
Yeah, but my personal favorite was I was on the analyst desk with Yamato Cannon during Worlds, and I was like, you're allowed to like just swear occasionally, like don't make too much of a habit out of it, but if the occasional R slips through, no one's gonna like really question it. And Dash turns around during that segment, I'm not on there, and is like, Yamato, how did Bangkok Titans beat SKT? And Yamato deadpans down the camera and just goes, they have to pull off some crazy ass shit. And then I just hear production like, who told him he was allowed to do that? And I was like,
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Rusty, what about yourself?
Honestly, I think one of the mistakes that we made on the lines of clothing that Julian did was us two during IWC.
The Angels!
We were angels. So we had suspenders on and white shirts. And
And
the
it was
lens
cold
flare.
in that room as well.
So we had lens flare, and every time the camera came to us, we were like shining like bright angels across
Why
the
is
entire
everyone's
screen.
bad moments involving me? And mine are completely different.
Is
Oh,
yours bringing me into broadcast?
Okay, well, I walked
lost
off
in a
the
well?
desk. I fell down a well.
that was a good one.
So leaving Spawn on his own on the desk to
Solo
intro IWCI.
Yep.
That wasn't so great. There was also a moment where I was talking about the mid laner and the sub mid laner for EDG. One being called Pawn, The other one being called You. You guys can do the math and work out exactly how I got that one wrong.
Oh, it wasn't
That
even
was-
pirate porn this time.
No, it was very, very uncomfortable.
I'm actually
and I
like-
said it, and I tried my very best not to draw attention, but if you can go back, you can find the VOD. It's
Wait.
just horrendous.
What did he say?
Yeah, no,
No,
I got you
no,
covered
no,
there.
no, no, no.
All right, guys, that's all time we have
Cut.
for you today. So we're going to get rid of the casters, get them off our screen. However, as I said, please tweet more into us because we do want to hear more from you guys. However, was that another question?
I don't know. I can't
All
see a
right,
question.
keep going. All right, cool. So going into game 2, Hellions versus Legacy. That is a game we're looking at right now. Legacy 1-0 up. What does Hellions need to change to, I guess, be able to take a game here? Is there anything that they can possibly do after a good game 1 effort?
We talked about this in the other room about kind of the draft, and I pointed out the Lysandra ban. And I understand that Lysandra, like Choo-Choo's, is really good at that, but I just think that Kog'Maw is too big of a threat. King's a fantastic Kog'Maw,
Yeah.
so if it's like one evil or the other, take away the Kog'Maw. That guy's broken.
For me, maybe ban some of the more powerful champions, but I think pick a winning lane for Hellions and try and get a snowball going.
Well, we'll see whether they're able to do that because the players are ready. We've spent enough time here, so let's get back onto Summoner's Rift. Here's Rusty and Atlas.
Thank you very much, Spawn. I'm very excited to get into game number 2. We'll see whether Hellions can turn things around because, of course, Legacy did have some faltering moments in that first series. Do you think there's hope, Rusty?
I think there's definitely hope. I think it all starts in drafting, as the analyst desk did just mention. Getting rid of stronger champions would be the right idea, not just targeted champions, because, I mean, if they can play both, let them play their strong champion,
Yeah.
not the strong champion. You know, like, give them Lysandra, don't let her play Gangplank. Kind of a big difference.
That being said, 6.4, and look, I'm saying the 6.4 Gangplank thing. I mean, he lost a barrel. There's some changes there, but honestly,
damage
the
is still there,
Gangplanks
right?
that we've seen today, it's not even worth a mention. It's just
He's still
ridiculous. Yeah, Lysandra is once again going to be banned away, though, as Hellions do have the opportunity to at least get one more because they get to take one off the table with that first pick. So
Yeah.
they could possibly gather themselves a Kog'Maw, something like that, if they wanted for that first pick. And we'll see what they are going to lock away.
They absolutely could go for the Kog'Maw. I think that Gragas is actually something they should prioritize again. Cookie was a standout performer on that. Braum as well. Two of the big deals. And usually, so the problem with that is that Red side first draft gets Gragas and Braum.
Yeah.
Pretty much what they always get. And that means Hellions could have to change things up drastically.
Well, it is going to be the Lulu taken away second here for Legacy after the Gangplank was removed. So that's going to be the adaptation that the Hellions are going to put through. We'll see what is going to change as far as their third ban, because that one they're still waiting on. 15 seconds to go now. And I like the fact that the bans have changed. The Gangplank was a huge deal. And I love that the Des mentioned it because Tally played out of his mind.
Yeah.
No, in that game. It was just ridiculous.
Yeah, Tally was phenomenal, and he did carry them through hard times, which is something they were very evidently experiencing on the side of Legacy in that game. A lot of small mistakes here and there, picked up on and capitalized by Assassins and hard engage.
Whoa, okay. So the Lux is actually going to be the final ban here from Legacy. Sort of throwing one away, making sure that they get as many priority picks after that first pick has been locked in. And once again, the Kog'Maw gauntlet has been thrown. Hellions, are you going to pick it up? Throw it back.
I like the
Boy
Lux
Puppy
ban.
is there.
And they could go it. I feel like we could get very similar drafts out of both of these teams, just flipped,
Yeah.
most importantly. So they should go for the Kog'Maw, and not only because they want it on Frey, but because we just saw King go off on it. And you may want to take that off of him. We know that Legacy as well are capable of playing the Zed, so I just feel like it's funny. At this point in the game, there is an opportunity that we get similar drafts. Legacy obviously don't want it.
Yeah, really interesting stuff. So the Trundle flex pick is going to be picked up. The Kog'Maw flex pick is going to get picked up. Not entirely sure where these ones are going to go. King can play the Corki, but probably will go into the hands of Choo-Choo's.
Yeah, there
I'm
is.
assuming, just because we've seen it there more often than
Fair assumption. It is absolutely a fair assumption. Of course, King may just want to be much more of a hyper carry, but with Kalista banned and Kog'Maw picked up, they may just look towards like a Braum Lucian lane. And this is my concern, is they're giving Braum and Gragas the two champions that you probably don't want to give to Hellions with the Kog'Maw.
Yeah.
Two Hellions with the Kog'Maw.
And as well, we saw Cookie have one of the best games he's ever had, even if he lost on that Gragas. Some of his casks were unbelievable. Some of his plays were fantastic. So see whether he can have a repeat performance now with that late game powerhouse in the Kog'Maw to really back him up.
Jesus, they have a strategy.
Whoa, okay. So this is the plan. They left the Kog'Maw up for a reason, and Carbon's gone back to the Nunu. I remember an interview with Carbon, and it's like, Carbon, man, you've only been playing the Nunu. Why? He's like, well, they just keep leaving it up. And so I'm just going to play it. It's like, it's not that he has nothing else to play. It's just he was so good on the damn champion, and he was so strong at the time that just may as well play it.
A lot has changed since then.
It's very, very
to be
true.
fair, and the only reason that I like the Nunu is because he's with an Azir. Less so because of the Corki, who spell weaves. You know, you don't have the fastest attack speed anyway. Now they've got the Azir to actually buff him. Azir could go towards something with a bit more damage in his back pocket. And it is also very rare to see Azir in the first place, I will say.
Yeah.
Not a lot of popularity. I mean, honestly, the only one I've ever seen was Easy here in this split. So,
Definitely not in the OPL.
very curious to see how Choo Choo's goes on this. Of course, Azir's seen a lot of changes in a good way about his utility with following his Sand Soldiers with the E.
Yeah, true. Of course, you've actually tried this one out quite a few times. So a little bit more sneaky, cute play that you can put into effect on the Azir, and we'll see whether Choo Choo's is going to be able to put that one into effect. And now we're going to find out to see whether it is going to be the top laner that they locked in first up there with the Trundle, or whether it was Regret's support pick. As we wait for Legacy to make their final decision.
So, interestingly enough, I think they could pick a support up here. It could be a Morgana again. It could just be something that's, I guess, really good at taking down turrets with the team as well, because between a Corki and a Nunu, they have a really good siege, and they may just want to lane swap, take down turrets, and hard push it.
Yep.
You know, take down the 2 turrets in one hit, more like the EDG style of lane swap. So if they pick up a support that can take down turrets, they'll be happy. I think that Tally may be comfortable, but may not want to be.
Oh, the Regret Bard is going to get locked in. I actually really, really like this one. More area control, and if you've got a Kog'Maw sitting there turreting, you just throw down the Tempered Fate, wipe out the front line,
the
and
golden
then kill
turret.
him.
Yeah,
Love it.
it's good and bad. It definitely is good. And so the thing with Bard is there's playmaking with every single aspect of your kit. Now it can go well. You can hit the clutch stun, you can hit the clutch ultimate, or you could miss it and ruin everything.
And horrendously mess everything
Yeah.
up for your team, yeah.
So there's a couple cool things though about this comp is how Bard can set up Azir, about how Bard can set up Nunu, about how Trundle can set up Azir as well with the disengage, and how hard it is going to be to kill Corki for King.
Yeah, a lot of synergy available for both of these teams, quite frankly. I
Absolutely.
mean, having the zone control, having the fact that the wall can be used with Poppy in order to get stuns and to set up areas of control here for Hellions, not to mention the explosive cast to create some chaos. I really like how both of these teams work in sort of niche situations on both sides of the rift, because, you're looking at the Azir with the Nunu, a combination that we haven't seen for a very, very long time, not to mention having the Pillar there out from the Trundle, plus the Bard ultimate. Lots of really exciting stuff for both of these teams, and lots of team fight emphasis as well. And we want to hear from you. If you think Hellions are going to be able to pull this one back, bring us to a 1-1 and a deciding Game 3 here in this Legend match, use that hashtag HLNwin. Or if you think that Legacy are going to be able to continue their dominance and not drop a map in this series, use that hashtag LGCwin. The Legacy Legion definitely out in force, as we saw earlier. 88% of you thinking that Legacy are going to be able to take that one down. If you are a Hellions fan, they need you right now. Sort of, give them your energy, all that sort of stuff, because interesting team comps, but it's still an uphill battle right now as we hop onto the rift.
Is the Oceanic one to raise your koalas for them, or is it just giving me your energy still?
Well, I don't know. If you're going to make a Spirit Bomb, I think you still need energy, not koalas. That'd be
Koalas
a
are
very
dangerous,
interesting
you can-
Spirit Bomb.
Raise your drop bears. There you go.
Yeah, I like it. But we are going to have a lot of Thunderlords on the side of Legacy here for our Keystone Masteries. As you can see, only one, as they are mixing things up on the side of Hellions. Now, Carbon, the Winter Yeti.
One interesting thing is how quickly an Azir can actually stack up further of battle. So, amusingly enough, he does not go for it, but it is quite strong. The other thing as well is how effective Regret will be on Bard stacking up his Thunderlords and how quickly it does go off. 1Q, 1 auto.
Hey, that's true. Lots of damage.
Basically writing an Eminem song.
Oh. Okay. Sorry, I lost where I was.
It's alright, everyone gets one opportunity.
Mom's spaghetti. The wards are going to be placed, though. The lane swap vision now applied for both teams. Perfectly mirrored, as there are no surprises. We'll see whether the lane swap is going to come through. For which team?
Except the Legacy ward that is always looking at them doing Grom. So they will know whose lane swapped, and Legacy will be content with having the lane swap themselves, keeping in mind they've got the Nunu.
Yep.
And of course, both teams honestly just getting what they wanted. One wants a lane swap, one wants to push.
Yeah, interestingly, Hellion's going to be starting towards the top side of the map, on the enemy side of the jungle. So with all their extra vision, are able to do this quite easily. And they just do some vertical jungling here this time around.
Yeah, so the big thing is that it's not a 3-buff start. Hellions do get the jump on actually lane swapping this time around, and Legacy are equipped to deal, naturally.
Yep.
But it does mean that a much more successful early phase could be seen from the side of Hellions. The question is how they want to go about it.
Yeah, but the fact that the Hellion's got the lane swap is just such a big deal. Just because Corki is a huge lane bully. Bud is a huge lane bully. Get the Cogmore the heck out of there. Thankfully, they are successfully able to do that. Choo-Choo's, though, pushing real hard onto Bomb, who is on definitely a comfort champion here in the Anivia.
Yeah, the Nivian is something we do need to briefly touch on. The fact that he has gotten that last time we saw it. He completely put on a clinic.
Yeah.
I believe so, yeah. So he's got that pocket pick. I think he's picked it twice.
Ah, yes.
Unfortunately lost twice.
Yeah, couldn't find the victory against Avant the first time that they saw him, but definitely won his lane. Played very, very well against Rekt there. As Hellions are going to move in 3 men strong to try and take down this top outer turret. A lot of minions stacked up as Legacy are going to be doing the same on the bottom side of the map. So pretty standard lane swap scenario.
Yeah. And the other thing about this lane as well is that is a big minion stack jumping in, right? And Choose hasn't over-aggressively pushed it in. But what he has is awkward health bars on all of those minions because he hasn't pushed it in. And Bomb is on Anivia who, when it comes to last hitting, it's a little bit awkward. It's a bit awkward,
man. I hate it.
Like, he's not exactly having the best time, but he is doing really well with what he has. And saying that, still 7 behind.
Yeah, 7 behind at the moment. And Choo-Choo's actually able to help take down this dragon here as well as Carbon. Tanking it up. We'll be able to consume it as well as King able to throw a couple of extra auto attacks into this turret. Actually going to share the gold here with Tally. King picks that one up. But
yeah, so Legacy,
traded.
they actually sped up that turret being taken down to match Hellion. So they do share gold, but that was out of necessity.
Okay.
And this is a sign of an experienced lane swapping team, or at least a very much aware one, of how to do it. Because if they've waited an extra wave, there's potentially extra farm that goes to the Hellion's top laner in Ryu, because he will leave once Legacy's bottom lane arrive, and vice versa. So they have to match it as quickly as they can. In this case, though, they do actually prioritize getting standard lanes because they are a Corki Bard after all.
I like it.
And they put Trundle top. So instead of hard pushing, breaking second turrets, they match. And it's a smart move.
Well, Stun not going to quite find Choose here, but the Winter's Bite does. Denian still going aggressive. Nice cute little wall from Bomb as the stun does end up going down. Half the health of the Azir, but doesn't use his flash. He's going to be absolutely fine.
Yeah, he walks it out. And everything will be okay, of course. Regret doing the same thing.
Wanders casually.
It's the gold bard.
Yeah,
It's glorious.
it is. Majestic, I think some would say. Or at least me. Choose able
Magical.
to get the Q onto Bomb. But both of these mid laners pretty happy right now, just scaling up. As far as consistent damage dealers are concerned too, definitely 2 of the best champions in that regard. Choose with a lot of lane pressure at the moment though, as Hellions have moved their bottom lane down. You mentioned that.
Yeah, and this is the question is...
Oh,
Never
in
mind.
comes Carbon.
No question.
Yeah, Ryu's down here as well though. It's a nice little Ice Blast under the Braum. But Frey content on just pushing this wave up. Nice ward down for Legacy. Know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, that's actually very good warding from Legacy. Right place, right time. And that's a lot of wasted time. And this is the thing that Legacy have done right by going back to standard lanes is King isn't being dove. Regret and Carbon have his back, and they're on the right side of the map to do that. But meanwhile, top lane, who is reaping the rewards, the Trundle.
And it's Tally as well. The man of the hour, the man that really put his team on his back with that gangplank. So giving him free time and free resources is a dangerous thing for any Hellion fan.
And they have to dive bottom, or they have to break the freeze top. Carbon is now topside, so he was expecting that break to happen.
Ooh, lots of vision available here for Hellions. They are going to take a Gromp in the double jungle scenario. Oh, Choose actually in a whole host of trouble. Wow, nice pressure from Bomb as he lost no health.
Yeah, that was Bomb actually
teleport.
teleporting in with the item advantage. As these guys are looking aggressive to do this. King's low on mana.
Yeah, teleport is going to come in from Tally here, but King's stunned up against the wall. Does have to flash, but he gets stunned from the Brawn passive. Regret 9 now underneath this turret. Tally as well getting ignored at the moment, but Carbon makes his way in. It's 5 members strong of Legacy. His first blood goes to Choo Choo's. Commands his soldiers to go on a very long journey as Denian wants to stand behind Bomb, trying to get out of here, but he doesn't have enough cooldown yet. There it is, but it's not going to be in time.
Oh, wow, they're still going.
Everyone's flashing on top of Bomb. He's got no mana. And there's the traffic cone. Has to use the flash, but in goes Choose. Cookie's going to take down Carbon somewhere in the twisting nether that is behind them. And Bomb going to get taken down to his egg form. And Legacy is going to have that one for breakfast. So nicely played from our Legend team. And they might even be able to transition this into a lot of damage on the mid-outer turret.
And how the map opens when Legacy turn on the aggression. It was actually Helion starting it off, trying to dive bottom. And that was a situation they were forced into. Look at the difference between top laners in CS. They had to make a decision sooner or later, or they were only going to fall further behind. And because of that decision, most importantly, because of the fact that Bomb had teleported middle, didn't kill Choose, Choose just teleports bottom. And that is where it all started to go really severely downhill. Helions, they get picked off one by one. Actually, it's flashed at everywhere.
Yeah.
3 members fall.
Just ridiculous. Really nice early power hit from Legacy. They now have a 2,500 gold lead, approximately. Very, very nicely done. This being said, Ryu has got a stack of minions very, very close to his turret. So
getting some back.
Yeah, we'll be able to try and even this one out as Bomb, now with a very, very long lane to contend with, not going to be able to put on nearly as much pressure as he has been. And God, it's so annoying.
It's frustrating, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just watching an Anivia last hit feels bad sometimes.
And it's what I watch most of the time as well. I just enjoy watching last hitting. I don't enjoy watching Anivia last hit. As King, he's got the package. Yeah. He's pushed very aggressively up and able to break the freeze that Ryu did have for himself. Nice gathering of the blue buff.
But this just feels smooth now from Legacy, decision-making wise this time around. They're making a lot less mistakes past the 3-minute mark. They established safe lanes, and when they got dove, they had a strategy in place to actually come out ahead from that. King gets the package, then goes top lane and starts pressuring the turret to accelerate the game further, as he has the item advantage, being a Sheen.
Yep.
Against a pickaxe and what is going to be an eventual Gwynzeus.
Oh, nice stun onto Ryu. Takes a lot of damage. Cookie's going to make his way up here, but what I really love, oh, it's actually gone now, but what I did love is the fact that the package was available for the Corki, meaning that he's incredibly safe.
Exactly.
So they can be up there as 2, and it doesn't even matter. As Frey is going aggressive onto Tally, but he just doesn't really care. He's just smacking him. Look at the damage! As Tally just says, "Nah, little void puppy, I'm gonna eat you."
That was filthy. That was really filthy. I feel bad for Frey. And somehow Bomb, who's missing all of his health. I feel bad now. Feels bad, man.
It does. Definitely.
What was that? He just walked up to him like...
Well, it was Frey getting cute, and then he got traffic coned.
He actually just casually batoned him.
Yeah, he did. He truncheoned him to the head. That was his move. And that tactic did work.
Yeah, so Helions are actually falling further and further behind. And honestly, it's just like, from this point...
Oh, Ryu, 200 health, explosive cast, not going to find anyone as the dragon does fall in favor of Carbon and Legacy. King now just trying to push this wave up. Of course, feels like another day in the office, but what I love from Legacy is the fact that they're playing this one very, very clean this time around.
But that's the thing, like, if it feels like another day in the office, that means things are going right this time around for the Legacy. This is the 7-0 team that are stepping up in game number 2. They were tested in the first game, to say the least, so to bring it back with this much force in game number 2 is leaps and bounds above what we did see in the first.
Yeah, we are going to have some slight tech issues, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for that for now. We are going to see our, awkward faces sitting here for the next little moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so we're just going to sort of break down exactly what's happened. Firstly, very interesting team comps. Really, really love what we're seeing from both of these sides. But unfortunately, Hellions weren't able to make that lane swap work quite as well as Legacy were after what was a brilliant defense on the bottom side of the map. And was that really all that Legacy managed to do that was perfect in that situation, or was it something else that they were able to
It was even the lead up to that dive, though, that was perfect for them. Is Helions, they started off well. They were the ones to put the lane swap into effect. But from that lane swap, Legacy actually found advantages as you can still see with the top lane CS, 38 to 74.
Yeah.
That's where it all started. Carbon.
Yeah, Denian actually looking for this one. They might be able to get the stun. There's the Tempered Fate.
One teleport.
As King's trying to get some damage down. Nice flash there from Carbon, who is just going to eat himself a minion and get out of here. But look at the damage.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my god, that Emperor's Divide was huge. Cookie can't get out of there. Frey's trying to flash away, but King is just massive all the way up in front of this one. And this Azir, man, he's back. The Emperor of Shurima, my god.
Yeah, Choose is putting in overtime. Legacy is a team using those double teleports every single time Hellions have engaged. They seem to be just completely matched. And yeah, this time they were the ones going proactive using teleports to find kills. But they only found Carbon. And Carbon's not actually going to give them the whole game. You know, like it's good that they're making these picks. But Choo Choo's comes in, Tally comes in. They're just putting down so much damage onto anybody in front of them. And yeah, Choose, he actually got a very good combo off there to lock them all down.
Yeah, really nice. Now has himself that needlessly large rod as well as the Nash's Tooth. This Azir is doing some work. I just love seeing Azir again, man. I'm just really happy that he's found his way back. Of course, Choo Choo's was one of the players that really, really liked the champion. So really cool to see him back on it.
So the way I see Azir at the moment is unless you're basically an Azir main or you've played a lot of games on the champion, you feel quite proficient, he's not worth picking up. But he is still quite good in the current meta. It's just, I mean, it's good into Kog'Maw, right? Because you can stop Kog'Maw from doing anything. Like, you can just engage on him.
Cookie actually going to get stunned here towards the top side and actually destroyed as Denian's trying to escape. Absolute Zero comes out. Does a fair bit of damage. But Denian, one more auto attack from Choose is going to lock that one through. Bomb can't quite create the space needed to save his support player. And as Spawn was talking about on the desk, the support staff of Hellions now dead. Legacy now pushing forward. 7,000 gold the lead.
And honestly, it feels like Hellions live and die by that as... Oh, just missed.
Narrowly, but King just says, okay, I'm going to use my Valkyrie as an equalizer and try and take down Bomb. He's down to about 1,500 health. Oh, another rocket is going to be juked there. Bomb trying to do some work, but the meeps for the slow.
Oh, no.
King, just land you.
What a disaster.
Oh, regret just canceling some auto attacks. They are going to be able to bring it down to the egg and have a little bit of fun at the same time. Cosmic Binding going to stun an egg as well, which was quite cute.
Took a little while, but they did get there. And honestly, as long as that took, it actually favors Legacy because of that. I mean, they've got time now to set up in the bottom lane. King actually very conveniently is down here to push.
Yep, just
by the time,
on his way there.
By the time Anivia walks them towards the bottom lane. So it's not that they have the tower to take, it's just that there's no answer available from Hellions because their Anivia spent that whole time running. Azir is going to be able to wave clear. And yeah, Hellions, we just touched on it. They kind of live and die by that support staff at the moment. If their jungler and support are going off, then the rest of the team just follows suit very nicely. This time around, though, is another story entirely.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. Choose now just doing so much damage. Looks like the Ryle's Crystal Scepter is going to be the next option here for Choose. Has been what we've seen from Azir's internationally.
Makes a lot of sense.
Cookie, oh my goodness, that traffic cone placement was fantastic. Body Slam is going to get Cookie to safety, though.
Tally could one good too. He's got his Titanic Hydra against components of items and the Runic Echoes for the Gragas. So at this stage, if he gets a good ult, he's stunned.
Yeah, he's going to get stunned. Choose makes his way in. No egg available for this chicken. Ryu actually going to get dived underneath the turret as well. The ultimate's there, but he misses as Tally flashes over the top. This guy is playing like a monster at the moment. Magical Journey going to deliver Legacy to this inner turret on the top side of the map. And man, top of the table in the OPL, and they are making it look good. I love that we just recently had that question about where do these teams stack up as well, because man, Legacy putting on a clinic right now.
I mean, we said it in the analyst desk, and I just want to completely touch on that one more time. Tally, not even the most improved, because he's, for all intensive purposes, a rookie to the top lane. But what a god.
Yeah.
Just like outright, just like the best player of the split, potentially, at this stage, before we come into playoffs.
And he's 70 CS up again. And I just want to point out the fact that this guy averages his average in the OPL against every top laner that he's played against so far. Of course, they haven't played against the Chiefs just yet. 35 CS in the lead at 20 minutes into the game. Almost every single time. Has been bigger, has been smaller, but this guy is just a monster.
Yeah. Well, he's only going to buff that stat a little bit further in this game as Legacy They are 10k gold ahead at 17 minutes. The score is 2-11 as well. And this is an uphill battle and then some. Does even Regret get Scuttle Crabs? That sums it up perfectly, doesn't it?
Feed the
Does
bard.
that give him his bounty?
We shall see. Yep,
Yeah, that's
there
why
it
he got
is.
it. Because King is not one to give up
No.
gold lightly.
No, he is not. Bomb just going to be holding this minion wave as best he can. Kill it all. And Frey making his way in there as well. But one thing that we haven't spoken about is the fact that this Cogmore now has about a 40 CS lead.
Yeah, and this is actually where Hellions are putting all of their resources. You could even see just then, Bomb freezing the way for the Cogmore to come in.
Yeah.
To at least get some of that farm, and that's where the CS lead is. As Carbon's now going to do the converse to the previous item build instead of going the Banner of Command. He's just going to pick up his portal of Voidlings.
Oh, God. The Void Rhinos. Let's have that conversation again,
That's
Rusty,
not.
shall we? Well, 10,000 gold is definitely the lead here for Legacy. We'll see what they do to translate that into victory. As Choose is waiting towards the bottom side. Very defensive positioning here for the Hellions. It's Tempered Fate, not going to find anything, but Tally able to get a traffic cone down. The bird unable to fly as quickly around the tormented ground around the traffic cone.
That was
Which
aggressive.
thematically makes no sense.
That was like hyper aggressive ultimate out of Regret there. He's got his team pushing in mid lane. The Rot Portal's down bottom. This is where it all starts to... Oh, there you go.
Yeah, really nice knock up there, but King able to get himself to a safe position. Cookie's just going to die. Denian going to follow suit there as well as Frey is getting torn apart. Choose tries to make his way in. Fantastic knock up there from Ryu, but I'm not sure whether it's going to be enough. Absolute zero for a huge slow as Frey actually not going to fall just yet. Rockets flying through, but unable to lock down the Cogmore. Will make it back to the fountain. Legacy are able to take down the turret in the mid lane. Regret eats himself some of his cuppers, and he's going to be okay.
Oh,
Tally's just
yeah,
going to
fair
die
enough.
to the turret as Bomb picks up kill credit for that one. Interesting situation, but Legacy are going to be able to grab an inhibitor and a lot of extra pressure. Nice teleport
boy.
to come in from Ryu.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Bomb actually. As oh, that
nice.
is adorable.
The soldiers.
The denial.
Bomb
Oh,
takes the
man.
journey again. And
He wanted to see whether he could do it again.
you can tell the game is really starting to unwind a little bit further. Tally, he does die to the turret, but the Rot minions make up for that, and they pick up the slack and knock the tower down.
Yep.
The teleport now using the mid lane, and of course Legacy with this lead that is only growing bigger and bigger.
Yeah, and Harold just says, it's getting too silly here. I'm going home. He's going to head back to the void.
Yeah, he just teleported bottom.
Yeah.
Why not, you know?
All right, well, Tally is going to eat the rest of this inhibitor.
There's a ward behind him. I don't know if there
All right, traffic
I
cone.
guess not.
Super speed. Tally not going to get destroyed. And he's just going to eat himself an inhibitor and head towards this Baron area, probably to try and get some extra pressure around that one. 2 inhibitors down means that one's going to be relatively free. You can see Hellion still trying to get vision, still trying to control.
At this
much
stage
as
in
they
the
can.
game, I feel like Tally's the kind of player to just end bottom instead of grouping for Baron. Just what it strikes me as.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him. In fact, I wouldn't want to, because I sort of like this game. Like it to continue. 12,000 gold is the lead as Frey
God, here we go.
trying to get some damage onto Tally, who loses a little bit, but is not going to get deterred from smacking on minions. And Cookie in position.
is
here.
covert.
Oh. Covert ops, Gragas. Oh, this isn't where I parked my car. Oh, he's going to body slam his way up, but King's going to follow. There's the Valkyrie aggressively explosive cast for the disengages. Tempered Fate has to be flashed out of here from Bomb. Just structures being placed from multiple players here in the jungle. But Legacy are going to turn to the Baron. We're going to try and lock
was
that one
amazing.
down.
That was Cookie hoping they'd start the Baron and not walk into his bush. Here we go.
Well, Denian in with the ultimate, but the Baron is going to fall down. Nice secure there from Carbon, but look at that Cosmic Binding, locking down both of those members of Hellions. Tally flashes over the top, is going to eat himself, the Gragas. And Choose just going to bend some soldiers over the wall, and Bomb is going to make it out to safety despite the Rylai's slow. Nicely played by Legacy. Now they have the Baron. They've got 5 members, as long as King makes it back to his team, and they're looking to take down the last remaining inhibitor turret. It has been a commanding game so far from Legacy here. 22 minutes in, 15,000 gold the lead.
Yeah, this lead's massive, and It is entirely on Legacy how they wish to try and close this one out. King has a package, so there's a fair chance that he's going Nexus diving. We'll see how they try and cement themselves into this game further.
That would be how you'd end this series, with the Corki in the base, I think. Showing the aggression of Legacy as there he goes, package delivered as he separates the team. Massive big one, he's going to lock down the Cogmore first up. Cookie is able to get a decent explosive cast as King may actually fall. No, not quite, as Nexus turret's now under fire. Bomb and Ryu, the two solo laners for Hellions, are just going to get obliterated. Legacy get the clean ace, they get the Nexus turrets, the Nexus to follow, 20-3, a gigantic gold lead. That is 18,000 gold at 23 minutes. Well, I'm just looking for another adjective. I mean, commanding victory sounds good. Ridiculous victory, slaughter. I mean, that was a good game by Legacy.
Yeah, it's a good 5-star, A+ performance, you know?
Yeah, I'll give him that.
Put it in the good column. I think Legacy, what better way to end than with King just going ham and destroying everybody.
I love that
wow.
you called it out there as well. I mean, the package delivered to the Nexus pretty much. Really beautiful play from Legacy. We are going to throw it over to the analyst desk to break down that game.
Thank you so much, guys. Commanding victory indeed. That was a pretty one-sided affair in the end, but have to say that's probably what we expected out of Legacy coming into this set, and that's what I really want to take a look at. The difference in Legacy between Game 1 and Game 2, because Game 2, that was a pretty impressive show.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's exactly what we expected from Legacy. We expected that in Game 1. It's nice to see it come out in Game 2. Excellent use of the double teleport. And I really want to emphasize this is why you gank the teleport. This is a big thing when TP really came on the scene that you would constantly see. Korean teams is actually where it started in LCK. It's that they would first gank the teleport so that they could deny or get the teleport to burn so he could get back to his lane. And then they would gank across map. And Legacy demonstrated why you do that. Because obviously if you don't, then you can't account for the player discrepancy as multiple people teleport into your lane.
It's just funny as well. I like to call this reverse Legacy syndrome because in the first half of the split, they would do this thing where they would win Game 1 very handily, really impressive, and then kind of get a little too confident. Carbon would, get in, maybe get too aggressive, and then they would start losing, and then eventually rally back and win the game. Now, 8-0 now, I think, in series, and haven't dropped a game yet. Obviously feeling good here at the end of towards the end of week 8. Feels like Game 1, they're going in too confident, getting a little too headstrong, getting ahead of themselves, and now Game 2 is how they really cleaned it up. So I would like to see a clean series from Legacy, I think is the biggest thing, because I feel like even though they are undefeated in both matches and games, they do have some shaky moments, and I like to see some of that ironed out.
Yeah, certainly would. On the other side of the rift, also want to take a quick look at Hellions, because it feels like they kind of gifted some decision-making there, that gank in the bottom lane, we talked about Legacy being greedy and not trying to break freezes and instead leave people on islands. I feel like Cookie that game on Gragas should have broken a freeze with Ryu in the top lane at some point and kind of left his top laner out to dry a little bit.
Yeah, I completely agree. Unfortunately, again, Hellions are so talented mechanically. You saw that as Bomb was running away from King and Regret, just weaving. The mechanics are there. It's just these instances of decision making, and when you give a lead like that to a team like Legacy, they're just gonna run you over, which is what happens.
Feels like when the support stuff aren't quite in position, it does feel trickier for the talented players on Hellions to perform. Again, they'll only get more consistent as the year goes on, but unfortunately in week 8, another lost series just playoffs starting to look unrealistic, and I feel like avoiding relegation is going to be maybe their next goal.
Yeah, it certainly will. And with that, Legacy do take the 2-0 as we take a look actually at the week's results so far. As you can see, last night Chiefs did pick up a 2-1 versus Trident, but it was very hard fought. Sin's victory over Infernum will mean that they retain their third place spot, whilst Hellions lost to the OPL Legends. Legacy means that they will unlikely make playoffs. They're in 5th currently, want to stress that enough. Tomorrow night at 7 o'clock Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time, Direwolves will be taking on Avant-Garde to see how much Sin can close that gap. But you know what? I'm talking about the standings a lot. Let's just get them on your screen right now. As you can see, Legacy on top of the ladder, still your OPL Legends, still undefeated, 8-0. Direwolves, Chief, and Sin are all equal on wins right now. Direwolves game tomorrow, as I said, we'll see whether they retain that second place. Hellions, unfortunately, 2 wins out of the top 4 right now, means that playoffs is unlikely. Avant, Infernum, and Trident round us out. However, guys, I want to set the tone for next week just a little bit. Legacy versus Chiefs, 1st versus 4th. It could be a playoff preview that we will see, but more importantly than that, this is the biggest rivalry we have. This is the Chiefs. The last time they lost was in summer when Tally was in the top lane. Want to throw this one open to the desk. Is this Tally in the top lane. Now the recipe for Legacy to be able to take down the Chiefs. Do they have it in them this time around?
Frankly, they don't even need someone like Tally with the current state that the Chiefs are in. Chiefs are playing very slumped, very shaky. They're kind of on the rise. Legacy, yeah. We talk about consistency with like the Hellions, but I feel like we also have to talk about consistency with Legacy. Like, is it going to be this incredible Legacy that they showed in Game 2, or is it going to be the Legacy that we see in Game 1, where it's like couple of instances? I definitely think the Legacy are the heavy favorites going here because, again, the Chiefs are definitely slumping, but you know, maybe the Chiefs will come back swinging.
I understand the sentiment, and I think definitely it sucks that Legacy and Chiefs aren't playing at the peak of their power, at least for this first encounter. But I will say there is pretty much no such thing as a bad Legacy vs Chiefs series, and we're going to get a good one.
Yeah, we certainly will. But the OPL returns tomorrow night at 7 p.m. However, that is all the time we have for tonight. So on behalf of myself, the production team, the desk, the casters, everyone else, and my poor English, I want to bid you good night, and I'll catch you tomorrow.